Well, welcome back to another Wednesday live stream where we fix computers that I don't look at ahead of time, so we get into a bunch of shenanigans. Welcome, people, welcome. Glad to see everyone is back in here for another Wednesday shenanigans live stream. And we have 3 on the chopping block tonight, so kind of mixed it up for you. So we have an Alienware, an XPS, and an Inspiron, so 3 different types. And 3 different issues. Hello, hello. Doc is able to remove his legs no problem. So Doc White is doing much better. That's awesome. Wildface is here for shenanigans again. Yep. Hello, watching from Bangladesh. Hello. Oh, Santa Claus sending in those 20 knocks. Thanks for sending him over. I can't believe it's Wednesday again. I know, it's like a loop. It's like a circle. It never has no starting and never has an end. It just keeps going around and around and around. So I'm glad that everyone's showing up again to hear me do a little bit of craziness. You can't log in on Twitch. What does that mean? Did they log you out on Twitch? Hopefully your Twitch is working. It's good to hear. Bangladesh. That's another way of saying it. Here, and Twitch is working for them. So it looks like we have, wait, what happened? We only have 3 viewers on Twitch. What? What's going on? We had a bunch more viewers than that. What happened to everyone? It's a bug. Okay, it works fine. Okay, Twitch is working fine, it's just the counter's not working. Oh, now it's 47. Look at that. Pop! Boom! There we go, it just popped back up. I don't know what's going on. Scruff, what you got here? It's No Pants Wednesday. I'm just saying, well... yeah, you don't know what's underneath this desk, people. You don't know. I've been at work for 9 hours right now. I don't know, 10 hours. So we got another 4 hours in me. Let's do it. Let's do it. So hello from Sweden. It's a delay. Oh, for the counting of it is delayed. Happy to see you. Can you show us? Can you show us? Well, if I show you, I will have to disconnect from the stream. Sunday laptop updates. Okay, so let's see what the last one we worked on Sunday, and I put the wrong EC programming on it. Lead Farmer sent over a good version of it. Right in the morning, I flashed it right on there, turned right on. So everything worked fine on that machine. I was able to get it reassembled. There was some other, we had to do like thermal paste and all that stuff. The other 2, let's see, one of them was like a bad, I can't remember. I think the other one was a board replacement, something like that. But I do have an interesting tidbit. But before I go into all that stuff, here, let me just tell you about these laptops here. So we have 3 laptops on the block. So an M18R1 LCD errors. I believe it has a combination of issues because if we plug our test LCD in, it doesn't work either, but the LCD cable looked a little mangled, so their LCD cable may have caused some damage to the motherboard itself and to the connector or something like that, so it may be connector driven or something like that. And then the Inspiron 7640 that was brought in by a local repair shop. It's a no power, doesn't power on at all. But they think that one of the power rails is shorted, so we have to kind of look for that. And the 9510 is an orange light of death. That's just something I call it. That's just something I made up. But basically, when you press the power button, only an orange light comes on for momentarily. Now, that could be bad chipset, bad EC chip. It could be bad BIOS programming. I mean, there's so many different things that have to do with that. So we got quite a bit of stuff to deal with. Oh, and I think there's a liquid spill on that one too. Sorry, I forgot. Yeah, so the 9510, I think, has a liquid spill. Hooray! Don't like liquid spills. Watching from a reliable Lenovo Legion. Is that an oxymoron? I thought Legions were a pain. I don't know. I've never worked on one, but I've heard that they were had lots of issues. Hello from SoCo. I'm gonna need a Lead Farmer guest co-host someday. That'd be fun. Yeah, get the Lead Farmer. Get my lead out. You know, like the old Led Zeppelin saying. Rabbit hole it is. And so if you watched last Saturday's, that was definitely a rabbit hole. I went down a crazy rabbit hole for a long time, and whether that was the way to go, I don't know. Is my audio in sync? It looks out of sync for me, but I can't tell because I'm just talking. It just looks extra delayed than it normally does. Has this been inside before? You know what I don't get? It's, okay, thanks, Premise. Okay, we're good. because I have to put like a delay on my audio and my video, and so I have a 250 millisecond delay. I just don't know if it got messed up. Hello from New Zealand. How many minutes do we have left on our poll here? I don't have that up here. Oh, should put the poll up. Pull the poll. Pull the poll up. So we got 1 minute left. Okay, so go ahead and sync, or not go ahead. Go ahead and vote if you're here. What's up, hearts people? Hit that like button. Stormy number. Cheers. Sending over some cheers. Hello from France. Looks like a half second out. Johnny's saying it's a half second out. Oh, well that means that's not good. That's not good. Well, let's see. Hello from Texas. Hello from Texas. Well, let's just see how it goes, and then we'll play around with it after that if we have to. All right, so we have those 3 laptops. Everybody else is saying it's in sync, so that's good. Oh yeah, so here's what I was going to say. I had this one M18 that we worked on a couple streams ago. Had a power management chip that was blown up. Excuse me. It burned a hole right into the board. I was able to kind of rebuild it. It took a long time to actually get it rebuilt. And the machine turned on afterwards, but it doesn't charge the battery. And I even showed it to you on the stream afterwards on another stream to say, hey, does this look like it's working properly? Can we get the battery to actually charge? And it wasn't charging at all. So it powers the machine, but it doesn't charge. I just had another one of those come in. The chip blown up exactly the same way, except it wasn't like a really bad destruction. It was just kind of blown up in that corner. So pin 1 and 2, and then it blew the same resistor out, and then it messed up one of the MOSFETs in the charge circuit. So I changed out all of those, and it does exactly the same as this other board. So now I have 2 machines here doing exactly the same thing that I cannot fix the charging issue. So just letting you know that it sucks, because I've spent hours, like 5 hours or more, 6 hours, 7 hours, just testing every component, changing out components, just trying to figure out exactly what's going on. So, all right, the vote's up. So we have 9510. It's going to be the Orange Light of Death is the one that is the wiener, and then the second place is going to be the M18, the Alienware, it looks like. So we will get on that. So I don't know if there's anything else, any housekeeping stuff we need to do before we start, but I think we are good to go to start our stream. Well, we have plenty of people here, so all right. So everyone says everything sounds good. I had to redo my computer this last Saturday. Had to wipe it and reload it, so I had to get it set up for Sunday stream. So everyone said this audio was a little low, so I've upped the audio just a little bit, and everything else, I'm just hoping everything else is going to go to plans. So let me pull the machine we're working on. So we are working on this Le XPS 9510. So this is going to be a circa 2021 machine, somewhere around there. And let me get the customer's note so we can read that. I actually didn't even read the customer's note because this is how it is. I don't like to look at it ahead of time. Okay, here we go. So audio's in sync. Thank you. Says, my dad spilled some tea on this laptop, 9510, Surface Tag. What you got? Viral, virtual box. Oh yeah, so I've been playing around with this new product that was sent over, Virtual BIOS. And, oh wait, yeah, wait. Always use the virtual box. Oh, sorry, that's a different thing. Yeah, so Premise is talking about I need to use a sandbox, which I use VirtualBox for a isolation of my operating system. So I had downloaded a piece of software. I was trying to do a back door on BitLocker, and then I downloaded the wrong thing. I usually use this sandbox, but I didn't. So I ended up having to wipe my drive. So anyway, I'll do an intro in a second. What I like to do is kind of get us going, get my brain kind of thinking about what I'm going to say. So we're just going to read the note real quick. Anyway, so they spilled some water on the laptop, and it won't boot even to the BIOS. I just get a Dell logo and it freezes. I'm sending it in without storage drives. My dad needs the data off the NVMe. So this is probably BitLocker encrypted, so they probably want to be able to get that to access the drive. Could not determine which component was failing or attempt to do the board level repair instead. So we're going to have to kind of figure this out. And yeah, Lead Farmer is what I thought that you were talking about Virtual BIOS, and Lead Farmer sent me over this new piece of software they're working on, and it's just pretty interesting. I'm going to have to play around with it a little bit more. It's supposed to be able to help create BIOSes, clean BIOSes, even transfer Windows keys. I thought that was kind of cool, but it's something I haven't messed with too much, and it is written in a different language, and so there's a translator on there, but it doesn't translate everything, so I have to use a little bit of translation tools. Okay, so let's do our intro, and let's go. Y'all ready? Wacky keyboard. All right, new date, another laptop that needs to be saved, and this time we have an XPS 9510. Now this one had tea spilled on it. And the important thing is that we're trying to salvage the data that's on this hard drive. The customer says it does turn on and goes to the Dell logo. I had a technician look at this. He says it doesn't turn on and it only gets an orange light of death. So I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. Something like that. I'm not sure. Was that a good enough intro? Who knows? Who knows? All right, so we're going to have to get my Franken cable out in order to use this XPS. Franken cable? What did we say? Spiking cable. I don't remember what I called it. You guys know. You guys know the name of it. So I'm going to plug it into my mess of cables here, and then that will make it show up on the screen all pretty like. JFix for 9 months. JFix just resubbed for 9 months. That crazy guy. You crazy guy. Thank you so much for that, JFix. JFix is the one running our Discord. It's his Discord. I'm just the one pointing people to the Discord. Frankenspike, there it is. So this is my Frankenspike cable, and so you see how it's just sitting there at 0 volts? Well, I have it plugged in, so whenever we plug it into the board, into the machine, it will actually negotiate. It will go to 5 volts and negotiate to 20 volts if it's going to be working properly, so we're going to plug it in. We'll keep an eye on the power meter now. 3, 2, 1. And we went to 20 volts. We're only pulling 0.04 amps, okay, so it doesn't do anything more, but we're going to open the lid and see if it changes. It's not changing when we're doing that. And then I want to press the power button, and it does no tango nada. It does nothing. But if I press the power button, right as I press it, the orange light comes on. And that, are we getting a good focus on that? Right here. Come on, camera, right here. Focus right there. There we go. That is what's called an orange light of death. So it will not get past this. This could be a bad, like, EC chip. It's every time I press the power button, as long as I'm holding it down, it stays on, and if I let go, it turns off. So that is a no bueno. It's actually usually something catastrophic. It could be a chipset. It could be an EC fail. It could be a BIOS chip. We've even seen like BIOS chips ripped off. We've seen a BIOS chip not programmed properly, but this was a spill. So now we're looking at corrosion. We're looking at missing power, I guess, maybe. I don't know. You know, there's just so many things. So many things. So turn off the lamp. It's very dim. Well, I could have turned off all my lights and we could have been in the dark and then you could have seen it. But you got to take my word for it. Tyler, thank you for that donation. That was super nice of you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Okay, here we go. I will pop the bottom off here, which is always fun on these machines, so we can take a look inside. These bottoms are very much glued on here. Liquid spills are the worst. Yeah, so if you think about one of the worst case scenarios whenever it comes to fixing a computer or a phone or anything that has moisture in it, you don't know. It's the unknown, right? So it could be so many different things that cause the machine not to come on. And what ends up happening is you'll have these microscopic like components blown out. And the bottom is off. All right, so let's take a look around. And we have the main battery. It is an OEM, and it's not plugged in. And we can verify that by doing the old flicker. So we flicked it. It's not plugged in. The machine is pretty clean. I don't know. Did the note say that it was taken apart and cleaned? I don't know if I caught that or not. I don't think it was taken apart. And someone suggests the old smell test. You know, the thing about the smell test, I don't smell anything but someone's house. Because that's what it smells like. It just smells like someone's house. It doesn't smell like my house. It smells like someone else's house. But no, it smells fine. Nothing burned. Now, if it was something burned, then I would cue you to light your Black Horse Repairs burnt electronics candle, which he hasn't made yet. Hint, hint. Make that candle. Black Horse, you need to make a whole collection of candles that people can light. I'm telling you, smell-o-vision is the revolutionary thing that we're bringing back from the 90s. So let me go ahead and kind of get this. Well, I don't even need to pull this battery out. Oh, I can pull the battery out. Yeah, let me pull the battery out, and let's plug a test battery in. I just want to see if a test battery does anything different. It smells like Earl Grey. Yes. Coffee or tea? Oh, that's right. I need to figure that out. That's true. I didn't really think about that. Maybe that's what I'm smelling. It does smell very tea-like. I saw a YouTube short for his flux. Yeah, he has really good flux, and then he made, it smells so good, but I was like, nobody needs the flux, or not that many people need the flux, so just buy the candle. And there's a candle that smells good too. No, it smells very perfumey, so I don't know. It doesn't smell like tea, unless there's a perfume tea. I don't know. All right, so let me grab a test battery, and that way we can plug that in and see if it does anything different, because it could be part of the charge circuit that's causing the issue. So if you think about it, where your machine has multiple different parts of the board. So you have a input where the USB plugs in, all right, and then that will negotiate with your charger and then energize certain power rails, and then you have MOSFETs that kind of separate that, and then you have your battery where the battery energizes the power rail, and then you have those merged together and then power the board. So there's a chance that we can plug this battery in and it will actually work. I think it's unlikely with the orange light of death, but who knows? Who knows? And I don't know if they've taken this thing apart, like I said. I don't think so. All right, so battery in here. It's doing nothing with the battery in here. It's definitely not doing an orange light of death. Which Earl Grey is there? I don't know. It's definitely not peppermint tea, I can tell you that. Well, it's not the battery's not helping, so I mean, really, with a spill, all we can do is just kind of take the board out. That's where I kind of feel like we need to go to, right? I mean, because the thing is that we could poke around. I mean, I guess we could just poke around on the board and see if we see any shorted areas. But we have to kind of take the whole board out anyway to clean if it's corroded. I don't know. So we'll get under a microscope and take a closer look. So we do know that our 20 volts is getting negotiated when we plug it in, right? So this is our PD controller. It goes to the USB ports, this pair of them right here. And then those are going to output to these two little gate chips. And the output of those are going to come and energize these MOSFETs here. This is part of the battery charge circuit. And then we have I believe this is the comeback MOSFET, or the one that separates the board. And then these actually produce the 12.6 to run the board too, because this one does not run at 20 volts. So we have to figure out exactly, if the 12.6 is being produced to actually run the board when we plug this in. So I'm going to plug this back in. And 0.04. So let's just see what volts we have here. And we're only getting 6 volts on this area of the board, which is where the battery plugs in. And we do have our 12.5 on this side. So we could have an issue. We got 8.7 on the gate here. That's allowing that to flow through here. And 12.5 there. Let me plug in my test battery again and see what that does. You guys are really having some tea conversations here. Black Horse could do a cranberry pill or a orange juice spill. You know what I have tonight as my drink? It's a beet juice. I'm drinking beet juice tonight, so we can do beet juice. I could spill it right on here. I usually have a green vegetable drink, but I'm doing beet juice tonight. Gotta love the taste of dirt. Beet juice really tastes good. All right, so we still have 6.1 volts here, and then on the connector itself, we have 10.9 volts. So the battery has 10.9 volts of charge. Whoa, red juice. Red juice. Does anybody like beet juice or like beets? Come on, man, it's good. It has that dirt flavor all the time. Every single bite and every single taste of beets, it tastes like dirt. Yeah, see, Gary likes it. He knows what I'm talking about. Gary, me and you are right here. We're not over there. We're right here, okay? Yeah. Oh, here we go. Kirk says nasty. Yeah. Dirt. No, I don't want any dirt. I think I'm just a little crazy. Crazy Nate. All right, so we have 20 volts coming over here. 20 volts comes on this side, and then the output is only 6 volts here. So we do have some sort of issue on the back side of the board that's causing something. I suspect that we have some sort of power management issue or a short on something. But let's pull the board and figure out what we have. We're going to do a physical inspection, find find what the issue is. Why is there a second MOSFET missing? Oh, wouldn't you like to know? Let me talk about this. So this is a 9510. The predecessor to this is a 9500, okay? And the 9500 has this MOSFET here. The 9510, they got rid of it. And I can only say it's because I believe they were having an issue with having them running in a pair. And so they decided to remove the second one for this newer model. So yeah, let me take the RAM out. Good idea. Good idea. What? Crazy? Crazy once, crazy twice. All right, so the RAM is out. We'll still check to see if it's doing the same thing with the RAM out of there just in case. RAM out. Oh, look at now. Look at it pulsing. Do you see that? What is that? It wasn't doing that a second ago. But we still have the orange light of death when I press the power button. But now it's going crazy. Thing's going crazy. Let me try another spot. Okay, yep. So it's like almost like it's trying to start a power rail, but it can't. All right, so that's what I'm seeing there. So anyway, I'm going to pull this board out. Artichokes with mayonnaise, lead farm. Oh, well, I like artichokes. I don't like mayonnaise though. EC fail. The EC could be trying to start up. Like I said, I've seen the chipset, and I've seen it be the BIOS chip, and I've seen it be the EC chip. So all three of them have caused it. Because I keep going, oh, I figured out what an orange light of death does, and then it's like another symptom or another cause over and over again. One of those MOSFETs detective, I guess, or defective. I think that the 9500 had this weird bug that I figured out, that if you plug it in and you leave it plugged in, and you're generally on a dock, okay? So say you're running a 9500, which is the laptop I actually use, and you leave it in plugged in all the time and use it on a dock, eventually you're going to start having this issue where it will disconnect from the charger and start running on battery only, and the charger will not work at all no matter what you do. And then it will discharge. The only way to fix it is to shut down the computer, actually put it in shutdown mode where the machine's turned off, unplug the charger, plug it back in, then the charger detects and works just fine. But here's what's funny. The fix to that flaw is to disable the Intel integrated graphics. I figured this out. It was just weird. Like it was me messing with this, so replacing all these components. I can never figure anything out. But whenever I disabled the integrated graphics, the machine just ran fine and never had that issue ever again. So it's a really weird issue. So I thought it had something. So then this is the next version after that. So I think that they removed that extra chip because maybe it was a known issue that they were having, or they figured out there was some sort of feedback loop or some issue. But it's only over a period of time for machines that are plugged in all the time. So machines that are on docks that it ends up happening on. But mine doesn't have that issue. I don't have that issue because I don't leave it plugged in all the time. Yep, integrated graphics. That's how XP and Windows 7 was back in the day, huh? What integrated GPU had it do it with? So these are 1650s, I think, or 1660s, somewhere around there. GTX. So this is a 2021 model, but the one that we're talking about that had that issue was a 2020 model. But it wasn't the integrated graphic. It's the Intel integrated that you have to disable, not the discrete graphics. So it's the one that's on the CPU you disable and it fixes it. Doesn't make sense, does it? Riddle me that, Batman. All right, the board's almost out. If I can find the secret screw, the board will be out. Quarantine it with IPA. Ooh, I should probably turn on my ultrasonic cleaner. Darn it. Let me do that while I'm thinking about it. I hope I don't need it. Nothing I hate more than ultrasonic cleaning. It's just another whole step. Windows XP had IRQ issues with external graphics. Windows XP had all sorts of things, but still pretty reliable. 2021 model with an 11th gen. Yes, so this will have an 11th gen GPU and probably a 20 series CPU, I would think. All right, so a little bit dirty underneath there. Let's look for the spill. Let's figure out where it is. I think it's right here. That's what it's looking like. So here's our spill. Yep, sticky. Still a little sticky. And this is on the left side of the machine. And so that's actually where we're plugging in the USB. So this is the side that it's spilled on. So let's look at what that is. That goes like this. Well, that's kind of convenient because the spill was on the fan in the heatsink. So I don't see a spill. Ah, but I do see something here in the middle. Did it go through the keyboard too? I don't see anything else. Do you guys see anything? Maybe right here. Maybe it went through the keyboard here. Okay, let's look at the board closely under the microscope. I mean, they said it was T, right? And everyone's speculating what kind of tea. Oh, that's not even, I thought this was a something, but it's not. It's like a Kapton square or circle, the other shape. All right, well, I don't see anything. I don't see anything. So what would cause this orange light of death? That'd be funny if it's not even related. Because they said it would turn on and hang on the BIOS screen. Oh. What? Wait a minute. It was soaked. It was beeping. Is that a beeping sound? I don't have a beeping sound on my side. It looks like a liquid soap. Where does it look like liquid soap? I don't see any liquid soap. So this is interesting. So hold on, I'm kind of replaying this stuff in my head. Has this been peeled off before? This usually doesn't come off this easy. Is there fingerprints under here? Get the forensics team out. Well, here's our power management chip. That's what I was suspecting would have an issue. I don't see a spill, guys. Right side facing upwards. Could be internally shorted. Are we talking about on the board, though? Because I don't see anything. I don't see any evidence of anything crazy here. We're about to make our way around the board. So here's our EC chip's going to be on there, this side right here. I want to peel this side up too. No, on the keypad. Okay. Here, we'll go back to the keypad for a second, just because we have a lot of requests here. So do we see something? I mean, this is sticky right here in this corner. But the keyboard, I mean, there's holes here, so it could have came out through those holes. I don't know. Because there's like a mesh, right? So it definitely could have came through these holes. But for the most part, what I see is, the only thing I see is in this corner, which is, what's funny is, this area doesn't have a motherboard here. Because the motherboard actually installs in this orientation like this, where the heatsink's here, the fan goes here, the motherboard's way over here, right? I mean, there is this portion of the board, so we could have something down in here, but the keyboard probably needs to be replaced. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking most of the time. But what I'm still trying to get together is, why is the board not negotiating or not turning on? So it's doing that pulsing. I bet we'll see something if we look under the thermal camera. So let me peel this off. We're going to go thermal. We still have to do our full physical inspection, but we're going to go thermal too. Going thermal in 3, 2, 1. Why is it not working? Thermal's not working. Going back to the other view. Oh, come on, people. I rebooted my computer before the stream, so it's disconnected my thermal camera. Dead CPU? I'd hope not. I don't think it's a dead CPU. That would be no good. Going virtual. Oh, gosh. Thermal lied. Thermal lied. Okay, I think we're good. Okay. Doc says VA doctor worked on it at first. Awesome. Okay, well, I'm glad that he was able to get the VA doctor to work on it. Going thermal in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we made it. We're in thermal mode. So the motherboard's here. Okay, this is the EC chip. We know the EC chip's on. That's good news. And we do see my hand right there. There we go. We do see some heat over here. Now the power management chip's this corner area. This is the chipset. So the chipset's warm. The PD controller's on. Rev just subscribed on Twitch. Thank you for that. So I am starting to suspect something, guys. Let me measure to see if our 3 and 5 volt power rails are running. Let's see. We have our 5 volt. We have our 3 volt. We have our EC chip on. We have our PCH on. We have our power management chip on. We have our PD controller on. Do you want me to check the USBs on the other side? Let's go. USB on the other side. 1.8 volt. The 1.8 is, where's that located? I think that's over here. I think that's under that. Ooh, look, there's some goop. Oh, there's some corrosion. There's some more corrosion there. Let's pull the heatsink off. We got to finish our physical inspection. Thanks for that cheer. 1,000 cheer. David, coming in hot. Coming in hot. Thank you for that. All right, let me pull this off because I do see a little bit of corrosion here. Lost the camera. Did you find it? I'm still here. I'm still here. Piles of gooch under the CPU. No. Falcor. Okay. The heatsink is off. We still didn't even make our way around the board because I keep getting sidetracked. Looks like a sugar drink. So we just need a little bit of bubbly water. Okay, well, here's some crusties. This is our 1.8, I think. No, wait, 1.8. Where's our 1.8? This is a different board layout than I'm used to. We got crusties there. We got crusties there. What was that? I missed that. Poke it with a spoon. Poke it with a rusty spoon. Oh my goodness. So, do you think that we have an issue with that MOSFET there? What do you think? That does not look good. All right, let's check to see if we have a short. 3 volt and 5 volt are up and running though, so I don't think we have a short on the main power rail because that would not be normal. It's a cap, I tell you, it's a cap. All right, so this cap has some crust on it, but I'm just gonna check our, oh. There we go, wait for it to fill up. Okay, so we're good. Main power rail is not shorted. Wait, why do I have a thermal camera over my face? Where's my face? Is it this one? I don't know how that got there. Sorry about that, guys. Now I understand. Now I understand what you're saying. Oh. So we do have a 0 ohm short here, guys. Okay, so this could be very bad. If you're looking at what I'm looking at here, I'll take the beeping off because it's kind of annoying. But if we normally measure something like this, like these over here are probably higher, right? 48, 50, 60. But these right here should not be 0.1, which is basically 0. This is the CPU. but this is the integrated graphics part of the CPU. Okay, so like here's our EDP connector. So either these are shorted to ground all the way down, so high side, low side, all the way to ground, or the CPU itself is internally shorted on the integrated graphics portion of the CPU, and then we are done. So we are done. Reverse my polarity in the subspace proximity relays. That sounds like Star Trek. So integrated GPU could be bad, but we're going to take these off and see if it's still shorted. That's really all we can do. So basically, if this is normally shorts on the high side, so here's our main power rail, so it would just kind of come up and go straight through. But there's a chance that it's shorted just to the low side. So basically, it's going down the ground. So this is tying this to ground. I think that's kind of unlikely, but we could try it. So yeah, it'd be external GPU time, but the thing is that this is the CPU. So we have it in a discrete graphics. If this machine will run without the integrated graphics, I don't think it will, because most of these machines require this to turn on first, and then it will turn the other one on. So unless we can hack the BIOS and tell it to run it that way, it's not going to work. So let me just remove these. Enough talking. Let's remove these two and see if that resolves the issue. 1200 coil. We could just pop the coils up too. So we could pop either one of these coils. These are in parallel together, by the way. You can see the track on the output here, this big giant track. And I guess there's a chance that that capacitor could be shorted too, but I doubt it. This is rarely shorted. But I'm hopefully optimistic that it's just the MOSFET shorted to ground. So we're going to do 450 degrees C at 60% air, but we want to stay away from this connector over here, so I'm going to blow the air kind of directionally away from it. And I'm just going to kind of heat this area. I'm looking for some mist-aligned gray things. Proud of my Mux laptop then. That'd be cool if we could do a properly calibrated wire to turn Mux permanently on the discrete. I wonder if there's a way of doing that. You know, just pull something high or low. You know, it could be this capacitor right here. What do you think? That capacitor looks a little sketch. I'm going to pull that off of there just in case. So that capacitor could be a little bad boy. Alright, I'm going to pull this capacitor off here too. Wait, maybe I should pull this one too. And, oh. And this one. And that one. Okay, so these are all the ones that are tying from these coils to ground. That's all I'm kind of thinking about, is like if something's going to be shorted out. There's one more right here on the side. That could possibly be it. Another live stream, another upvote. Thank you there, Cool Breeze. All right, let me clean this off. Come on. Pull them, pull them, pull them. All right, so those inductors don't necessarily need to be taken off because they don't connect to anything after this, so. Okay, all right, moment of truth. Do we have still 0 ohms basically on that? There's a capacitor in front. Okay, so we do have these. Yeah, I'm gonna keep pulling them until it goes away if possible, but. Oh, I was gonna say, man, I thought it was good. Nope. So it still has 0 ohms here. 0 ohms on this one. So I'm going to keep pulling stuff because we have nothing to lose. So I'm going to pull this off. I'm going to pull all these off, this one off, these two off. Because if this is blown, it's blown. There's nothing we can do. This is bad. Very bad. All right, so my next one I want to do is this one, because if there was a surge, it would blow that out very easily. So let's pull that guy off of there. These are tantalum capacitors, so they're like electrolytics. But if this is a 1 volt or a 2 volt or whatever it is, I don't know, what about 1.6 volts maybe? It will blow very easily if you end up giving it too much. So if there was like a surge of voltage through here, it blows out. So I'm just going to lift it up out of the way. Okay, so we tombstone that guy. It's not looking good though. It's not looking good. It's showing 0 right now, but we got to wait for it to cool off. You want to do voltage injection? That's a good point. We can do voltage injection. And what if we can cut that whole trace off of here? No, because the CPU is done. It doesn't matter. It's toast. All right, let me cool it off, and then we'll do voltage injection, and we can actually see what's getting hot. Since it's 0 ohms, it's going to be very easy to see. It's just so sad. Feels bad, man. Refloat the CPU. I think we need to replace the CPU is what would happen. But I'm not doing that. Not going to happen. All right, I'm going to put this in front of this air and see if I can cool it off. Proper bad. Proper bad, man. So kind of to wrap up or to kind of get the gist of what's going on here. So on these machines, you have 2 graphics cards. You have your CPU, and the CPU has integrated graphics, so it has a separate power rail, and this one actually has 2 MOSFETs going to that. You got it, man. Miss L, thank you there for that $10 donation. I appreciate that. So whenever we have the main MOSFETs that power the CPU look fine, and then we have the integrated graphics MOSFETs actually shorted out, or maybe it wasn't the MOSFETs, but the actual output is shorted out. It looks like it's tied to the CPU. That's why I was trying to kind of remove everything that's attached to those inductors to see if it would resolve it, which it hadn't. So we're gonna. It's basically a bad CPU at the end of that. You know, I don't think the board should turn on after this, but we will see. Maybe we can get something out of it. Okay, so we got it cooled off. We're gonna do voltage injection. I'm gonna inject. Because we're close to 0, I'm only going to inject like 0.5 volt. Feels bad, man. And then these boards are, I guess they're getting more affordable now, so maybe they're sub $500 or right around $500, but it's still expensive. It's not cheap. Not cheap. Okay, so I'm going to, see the problem with this is, injecting right on here, right? So this is where we see a short. Injecting right on here goes straight into the CPU regardless. So I'm going to keep the voltage very low. And it's still so bright. Ooh, that noise is annoying. It's like the Dumb and Dumber noise. You want to hear the most annoying noise ever? So let me blow it off a little bit more. You guys cover your ears. I'm going to use this blower. It's going to make some noise. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Thermal camera is really hard to see stuff. Hello from London. We got a little backdraft action here. Even the pad is really hot. Look at my hand. Noise is so annoying. Okay. Can you cut the short to the CPU? Because I think it's not just short to the CPU, it's a short in the CPU. And so I was kind of thinking that, oh yeah, I cut the trace, but I'm like, oh wait, it's in there. And I'm sure that there's some lines tying to other parts of the CPU that's actually detecting feedback or something. Okay, I don't see the CPU heating up, which is interesting. Or is it right on the edge there? Okay, I'm going to up the voltage. Here we go. We're only doing 4 amps at 0.4. I'm going to 0.6. Now we're at 8 amps. Yeah, you can definitely see the CPU heating up. See that spot? Yeah, it's definitely heating up. Maybe if I can get it in the right angle here. So that's conclusive that the CPU is definitely shorted internally on the integrated graphics. Now, will it still work? I doubt it, but let's try it. Let's try it. So I'm going to plug it in under the thermal camera actually, because no harm, no foul. We'll just try it out. The short is gone. Will it turn on? There's no external CPU mod because, or GPU mod because external CPU mod. That would be funny. You got me on that one. This thing will not turn on if it's not going to turn on. Okay, so I'm going to plug in the power in 3, 2, 1. Still do the same thing. Just kind of boost it up to 20 milliamps per second, or 200 milliamps, I mean. Or did it go higher than before? 0.4. How do we get the 0.43? I thought that seems a little higher than normal. Let me reset this. I don't think it went up to 0.43. For science, what are we doing for science? Woohoo, science! 0.4. Like, yeah, I mean, there's nothing. The dishes are done, man. The dishes are done, man. Yeah, so this is a no-go on this one, unfortunately. We did have one. Did we have one last week or 2 weeks ago? Similar. It was a 17-inch, similar thing, but the other one had like a ripped LCD connector. So we did definitely have liquid damage in this area that caused this. Now, is there anything else you guys can see that I should take off just in case? I don't think there is anything. We could check on the back of the CPU too. See if there's anything suspicious. Like maybe the hot was actually coming from behind it. Let me see if I can find a shorted area on the back. Because, you know, I want to kind of do all that we can. But I think we're done with this one. And we're going to stick a fork in it. I'm going to go to the next one. And that's no fun. Because I'd rather fix things on the stream versus having these no fixes. But you can only do what you can do, right? All right, so that's 47 ohms. I'm just going to see if I can find that same measurement here. So that's 0.2. That's 0.19. So is this it right here? Yeah, it's this one right here. Which side is it, though? I think it's that side. So I'm just going to inject right here on this capacitor, or right between these two capacitors. Actually, those are on different rails. Wait a minute. I don't know which one's which. Maybe this one? 0.09, 0.10. I think this would be the positive side. Let me inject here and see how many amps we pull, and then I'll inject on the other side. We just need to see if we have anything else heating up that I'm missing because we're on the other side of the board. And then I can call it. So that's 9 amps on that side of the capacitor. And then that's 5 amps on that side. So this is the right side here. And I think we can see the CPU heating up again. Yeah, so there's nothing really prominent that's heating up in this area. Looks like it's just heating. Yeah, you can see the shape of the CPU. So definitely CPU. All right, rest in peace, rest in peace. So that's unfortunate. We are going to have to put that one away and grab another one. And which one are we going to go to? An LCD one? I don't know. I don't know. Let me clean up my desk. Oh gosh, feels bad. Okay, well, we took off a few components to try to resolve it. Next, 30 gigawatts later. Hello from the other side. What about science? Well, science says we take the CPU off and see if the short goes away. Is that what we're talking about? Is that what you're saying? I pronounce the time of death 6:52 p.m. All right, let's. Sorry, I'm getting all my hydration in. Get all my focus juice in. All right, so the next one is the M18 with an LCD failure code, but I believe there's some other issues with it, so that's gonna be fun. You know, I think, like I realized at the last moment that this probably is some sort of LCD cable issue. I thought it was gonna be like an LCD that didn't show up or like was not being detected properly, and then that was gonna be a little more interesting, but LCD connectors, those are normally pretty easy. So I'm looking in here And my tech already, he had to change out the cable, he said. So he looked at it and said, the cable is messed up. So something like that. Yeah, so there's something wrong with the cable. Let me read you the notes and then we'll do our intro and then we'll get going on it. I don't want to get right into it. All right, so it says leaky roof. Oh, it's another water damage. Are you kidding me? Okay, I can handle this. A leaky roof drips on my keyboard. It won't start. It gives flashing power button error code. What? What? Okay. All right. I don't know. Okay. All right. We're going to do it since it's here already. Let me get our power cable out. Yeah. This is the way it goes, guys. It's just like a constant thing. Constant. All right, let me do an intro here. Can you someone update the title? M18R1 LCD or no power, leaky roof, something. A leaky LLM, something, all sorts of stuff. Oh man. Okay, LCD not working. Here we go. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved. And this time we have an Alienware M18R1. Now, this one apparently was sitting inside and a leaky roof leaked onto the keyboard. Now the system no longer turns on. They said that there is some sort of light code, so technically it is turning on, but they no longer can get a picture on the screen. So I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. Kind of forgot where I was going with that. I was like, where am I at? Just sitting here talking, just talk about something, and then I started going into my back office in my head, and then came back and said, oh, wait, I got to finish this intro here. Excellent, cut, redo. Yeah, that wasn't that good. Okay, so this one has a single shingle roof. So at least it wasn't T. This time we have rain, acid rain that dripped on it, apparently. But like I said, my tech had looked at it. Oh, look, here's the bottom. The bottom's not even on it, but it has some sort of corrosion here. But my tech said he looked at it and it had an issue with the cable, the LCD cable. And so he changed that out already. So this is the old cable. And so I just want to show you what it looks like. Look at that, bro. You can't see it, but look at that. So that looks no good to me. Take a bite out of crime. So that is suspect. So I would hate to see what's on the other side of that, because if the cable looks like this, then we have something else going on with the LCD connector for sure. And I don't know if it's the chicken or the egg situation, because this does not look like a leaky roof to me. Right? So I think that this is just me thinking, but I think that we had a leak. The machine stopped working. Somebody worked on the machine but didn't unplug the battery or charger while they were messing with unplugging the cables and stuff, and then like did some crazy shorting of the LCD connector, so or it's acid rain. So I'm kind of like, that's kind of my thought process on that. So I don't know, but let's well, we can see if it turns on. But yeah, guess we can do that. Plug in the battery. Battery was unplugged. Plug in the charger, and it should power on its own. 1 amp, okay. We got some power. We have fan spin, full blast fan spin, which is normal. On these AMDs, they actually go full blast, like they're gonna blast off, and then it turns off and then reboots. So it's like testing fans. And if the fans aren't actually attached, it will not go through a CMOS reset, which is pretty interesting. So, looks like we have backlight. Where's the keyboard backlight though? Acid rain. Yeah, we gotta be careful with that acid rain. I can't believe it's even working. Yeah, we gotta get, it's gonna take a second for the codes to get here, but yeah, the touchpad's worn. You can see a little bit of that same area over and over again. It starts getting shiny on these machines. And What's interesting though is I'm just trying to make my way through their notes, right? Leaking, it turns on, but then they get light codes, but then it had the burnt cable. So, what do you think? What do you think? Fans and we fry. So this thing does go to full blast, so it's going to take a second, and I guess we can kind of work our way through. You can see it moving around on the chart there. Oh, it's LM rain. Liquid metal rain. It's raining liquid metal. Just open it. Corrosion. Done. Let's just like, don't even wait for this. I want to see if we get an error code. That's all I was wanting to see here. Exploding tantalum capacitor. Busted a hole in the roof. Ah, that's what it is. Yes, shield your eyes. Put the goggles on. Goggles on. That will do it. A leaky roof of gooch. Going to EKG this laptop. Well, come on. It needs to go past this. It should be sitting at a higher amperage than that. 5-minute wait time for a proper reset. Hopefully it won't go that long on this one. AMDs are a little faster because there's not much to them. They don't have a whole ME region and all that. Do we have a code? Drop back down. I don't see the code yet. We have a picture, I can't believe. I couldn't save this laptop. All right, I don't see a code, and the thing is flatlining at 2.6 amp, or 2.26. Do we have a 2.7? I don't see it. All right, code. I don't see a code, but we're just got to say we have a code, I guess. Oh my gosh, 3.2. Do you guys see a code? I mean, what do you guys are just saying stuff, but I don't see anything. Let me press the power button. Oh, it was off. Doesn't even make sense. Doesn't even make sense, guys. Okay, it's always 2.7. I don't see the code. I just saw the screen flash. Was that 2.7? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, got it. Got it. All right, so we have our 2.7, and the screen actually does flicker. When I press it, you can actually see the backlight kind of flicker on for a second. Oh, 2.8? Oh. Well, my bad. 2.8's even worse than a 2.7. That's part of the EC. Thank you for that 2.8 there, Sending me a 2.8. All right, so we have a 2.8. Let me unplug this. So before we mess with the screen, we got to use our protection. Got to do the old flick that battery cable. And let's take a look at this LCD connector, because I bet that this thing is fugly. What we got? Oh, I see. Look at that. Is that where the liquid dripped on it? So maybe acid rain did drip there. Do you see it? So I'm going to slide this out. So our cable looks good, or the new cable. Let's look down in here and see if we see anything obvious. But I think you said rat droppings. Looks like rat droppings. It's just hard to get this in the right position. What? Okay, hold on. Let me flip this around. Let's go this way with it and see if it works better. Display failure, EC detection power failure. 2.8 is a display power failure. Okay, so a 2.8 is still a display error, but it's coming from the EC region. Okay, that's what I was thinking. Look at this connector, dude. That is brutal. So do you think the actual rain got into the connector or something? Can y'all see that? That is crazy. It hit with acid rain. Alien drool, that's what it is. It's been torched. All right, so maybe we can clean it? No, but see, this is physical damage. Somebody has been in here trying to plug something in improperly. So we have to replace this connector. You guys excited? We just replaced the connector on the other stream. At least it doesn't take very long. Okay, so we have to replace the connector. All right. Is that liquid damage right there? What is that? I don't know. The Wi-Fi card's shorted. That's what the issue is. All right, so you guys excited? You guys all amped up to change out this LCD connector? We just did one of those last Sunday too. So luckily it doesn't take long. But you gotta do what you gotta do. Sometimes you gotta do the not fun things, right? To get to the fun things. All right, so let's change this out. Hooray! Let's go. Let's go. Some people are hyped. Who's hyped? Who's not hyped? Actually, let's see. I bet everyone's hyped except for the people who aren't hyped. Should I even take this board out? Probably should, huh? It's so thick. I'm not going to use a lot of hot air. I'm just going to take it off with hot air, and I'm just going to manually put it on. So I don't really need to take it out. So I'm not going to take it out. I'm just going to take the connector off with hot air, and then I'm going to solder it on by hand anyway after that. So what's PC 8509? PC 8509. What are we missing here? Burned cap at 8509. Sounds like an address. What? Dude. Whoa. Someone had some Ark of the Covenant here. Yep. How does this thing even turn on? Okay, so somebody has been messing around in here, right? Somebody's been messing around in here. Because that is actually a tool mark where it's shorted out. It looks like somebody had like touched I don't know, something, but it looks cracked for sure, but I'm surprised the thing turns on because that's probably tied right to the CPU or GPU. I think it's the GPU. So we'll have to replace that too while we're at it. Yikes. Yikes, no alien probing needed for this one. We haven't had to get our probes out yet. All right, let's get this guy taken off of here. So I'm gonna be a little gentle with the air because we have it installed. But all we're gonna do is just try to get this thing off, and I don't really care if we melt it because it's already destroyed, right? Cap and connector, go. All right, let's see what time it is, 7:07. So let's see how long it takes for me to replace these guys. Okay, got the connector off. I'll get this cap out of here. Get out of here, cap. Tazzy with the 50 SGDs. Thank you. Thank you for that. Well, there's your problem. That's right. There's your sign. That's the old Jeff Foxworthy, right? Thank you there, Taz. Razima Taz. All right, so we're just going to tin all that and clean it up. 40-pin connector is fluxed. That thing is fluxed up. Can you test to see if the 2.8 correction is before putting on a new one? So the 2.8 is going to be only whenever a screen is not detected. So we either will get a 2.7 or we'll get a 2.8 whenever we have an LCD failure of some sort. Don't look at 8507. Oh no. Where's 8507? 8507 doesn't look too bad. You messing with me? Are they all okay? You guys are crazy. Yeah, so 2.8 we can't test it ahead of time because it's all has to do with the LCD being connected. So Do you want me to check the cap I just took off? That's over there in Wonderland. I don't know where I put it. I just kind of throw it off to the side. White stain. White stain is the crack. Let's see. It might be sticky because there's always a glue that goes across here. I don't see anything obvious. Let me clean this off and then we can do it. Light glare. Ah, the old glare. I can crank up the glare for you. Crank down the glare. Let's see if I can get the polarizer just right. Seems to be a crack. Okay, well I'll look closer at it. So to install a new LCD connector, we have to take all the solder off the pads, or at least that's how I operate. In my world of LCD connector replacement, I do not have any solder on the pads. We have to get those clear. Very nice. We don't want to get any solder mask off of there. Okay, perfect. All right. We should include a Black Horse Flux scratch and sniff card with each repair. That would be hilarious. That's a great idea. So that would actually be a very good... Ooh, I should do mail outs. That's what I should do. I should have a mail out system where everyone can order different scratch and sniff cards before a stream, and we have it all themed. Pick it up at any 7-Eleven before the stream, and you can participate and follow along with all the smells I'm going through right now. All right, so I'm going to look at each one of these capacitors and see. So is this a suspicious one here? Lighter and sniff it. Does that look okay? That one looks okay in my view. That one looks okay. Looks okay. It's okay. Looks okay. We're good? 8541? 8541. So that little glare is kind of like the spacing or the texture on the actual thing itself. You can see how it kind of has that, I don't know, ceramic shape. 6767? Should I look at the 6767? Got one electrolysis. Look at all this gunk. How dirty it looks over here. I hate these. Look at that. So I started cleaning over here, and then now it's all starting to spread around. Let me take this thing off of here. Hate that. Hate it. All this metal. It's almost like liquid metal. It's a sticker. All right, I'm talking too much. We need to install the new LCD connector because I'm timing myself. Nate, I was just told Doc is going to get a soft cast on Friday. Moderator, please tell him. You have been read. No moderator needs to tell me. Well, thanks for the update on that. A soft cast, that's nice. Legs are working. Sounds like he's progressing perfectly. He'll be up at Adam in no time. Okay, we're good now. Okay, let me grab a new LCD connector. I just bought a bunch of new ones from Mouser. So less top, more fix. That's what Johnny says. So here's another set of LCD connectors I just bought from Mouser. And here's the part number if you're interested. Right here, that's the Mouser number. It's a 40 pin. And here we go. And they're only a couple bucks. I believe they were, I want to say $1.80 or something. But I'm sure if you go on eBay, you can buy them for $20 each. right? Because that's how they do you. That's how they do you. All right, so the goal is here, we just got to line these up. We got to line up the pins. We got to line up everything, and then we're going to tack it in place with a soldering iron. So the front line is the front of this. Ooh, it's sticky. And then we got to line up the pins. Sorry, I'm trying to get a good focus and good view for. All right, that's better. All right, that looks a little bit lined up. So I want to get this ground pad here and the ground pad there, or we can do these sides first. Maybe we'll do these sides since we actually have them. A lot of times when I'm fixing these things, they don't exist. So it's a lot harder to actually solder them on. And actually, before I do that, I usually put flux across here. So I have to start over. Let me just put this on here. This is the Black Horse flux. That smells beautiful. It smells like pine trees. So get your candle lit and relax. Relax. All right, so I'm going to line that up like that, and I'm going to solder these edges first to kind of hold it in place. And I need to look and see how they line up on the pins. And there we go. That looks pretty good. So I'm just going to tack this one edge first. A stray hair. There's like all sorts of fibers for my cleaning pad. Okay, get on there. Good. Got that edge done. I'm just going to double check before I start going around and doing anything else. I want to make sure that this is perfectly lined up on these pins. I'm not going to have any issues trying to get it to line up. And it is a little bit crooked, right? So the line, I mean, it's not perfect, so is what I'm saying. So I'm going to try to push it over just a little bit while I melt this other side, so I can straighten out just a little bit, like right there. That's where I want it. So I'm going to tack that again. Okay, did I move it too much? Looks perfect. Okay, so now I can tack this other corner here. This is another ground pad. There's some fiber or something. Yeah, I mean, I need to wipe this stuff off. It's all sticky over here, so whenever I was cleaning this area off, I use a Kim pad, and it got a little bit of the fibers on here. Okay, so that corner's done. Let me get this other corner tacked. And I need to make sure I hold this down. There we go. Okay, so now we can just go through and solder every single pin individually. We are, looks like 8 minutes in or so of doing this. And this is where we either add a little bit of heat, gentle heat, very massaging, smooth, relaxing heat, or we can just do them individually like this and it works fine. Sometimes it really depends. Yeah, it looks like this one's soldering fine. So just a little bit of solder on your tip, not too much, and you just want to kind of get it to transfer over to the pad or the pin. This one's definitely a lot easier than last Sunday's. We were having issues with getting it to stick a little bit more than this or melt. So I'll add a little bit more. The light angle, do y'all want me to try to play around with the light? It's hard to get it, like, because I turn, this is the polarizer on, or off, and then here's the polarizer on. It's just everything's so reflective, so it's just very hard. Yeah, it's just the glare. There's a lot of glare. It's so clear in my optical, though. If you ever used an optical microscope, you'd be like, wow, this is incredible. The camera does not give it justice. Justice. Okay, so these middle ones I can add a little bit more. working our way across. We're almost done. Couple more. And we're starting to lose focus. What's up with that? Oh, I wish you guys could see but as well as I can. This is really easy to see. All right, one more. Come on, get on there. All right, I kind of bent that pen over a little bit. All right, so now I'm going to clean my tip off. And usually I would add a little bit of hot air whenever I'm working on this, but it didn't need to on this one. I just kind of made sure I pressed down. So I have my tip kind of clean. And so now I just want to make sure we have every spot. I don't want any solder on my tip when I'm doing this, but I just kind of go through and clean all this stuff up just a little bit, make sure that we have a good connection. And then I'm going to test them all. All right, that actually looks pretty good. All right, so now we're going to move every single one. Let me clean it off. All right, how long did that take? Started at 7:07, at 7:20. So we're at 13 minutes, and then I had a little bit of gab in there, right? A little bit of gab, I was talking a little bit. Not too shabby. Looks fine, looks fine. Okay, so we're just gonna poke each one of these pins. Make sure we have them solid. There's 40 pins here. All right, that's it. Okay, so here's my trick. I have a lot of flux in here, and sometimes it's hard to get all the flux out of there, so I'm just gonna put some alcohol all over it like this, and I have some canned air, and I kind of just stick it right here and go. That squirts all the flux out. And then we'll brush it again. Okay. You can tell I've done this before. All right, let's replace this capacitor. This guy, PC8509. Is there any other ones? You said middle bridge. Do we got a bridge? Is that what you said? This little part right here could be a bridge, I guess. Yeah. Let's. I don't know if they do look like they're supposed to be separate. So yeah, it does look bridgy. Good call. Let's clean that up. But they could be connected together for all I know. Yeah, it looks like they're one pad or something. You see that? Because I can't separate them, there's actually a kind of a trace going between them. And now I'm taking away all the solder that was on there. Can you kind of see that? It almost looks like they're supposed to be bridged together. Let's see. What pen is that? Is it going to tell me? We're going to have to look that up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So let's see if 20 and 21 are supposed to be together. Are you saying there's another pen that I'm missing also? Just scratch the solder mask. Well, I don't want to scratch the solder mask away, then it'll be a big giant blob together. All right, LCD connector. LCD connector 21. Oh yeah, so 18, 19, 20, and 21 are all one pad. is what that says. Right? That's counting across here. So we should have 18, 19, 20, and 21 are all together. I'm going to clean this off so I can see it a little bit better. I want to see the trace. Well, I guess I can check that. Next. Yeah, so I'm going to start from, so if this is 20 and 21, then this should be 19, and that's all together. So all of these are together. So nothing to worry about. Nothing to see here. I am going to add some solder back on there, though, because I did steal some of the solder off of there when I was kind of poking it. I meant you scratched it away whenever I was working on it. Yes, I did. Okay. Clean that up. Okay. Looks nice. So purty. So nice and so purty. All right, let's change out the capacitor and let's see if this board actually works now. That'd be cool if we get a picture. That'd be cool if that's all it is. But the odds are very low, right? Because what happened? We had water drip on here. We had multiple components blow out. I'm surprised the thing even turns on. All right, I don't know what capacitor that is. I guess we could look at the board view, but I have a donor board right here I can just grab it off of. That'll be easier for me. I like the easy route. Here's an AMD version of the board. Perfect. Black Horse doesn't like to bridge. He's not a bridger. He doesn't like to play bridge. Or Black Horse. Oh, look at this. This one has double capacitors. Double. This one's double their pleasure. Huh. That's an AMD board too. All right, we're just going to steal one of these guys. Are they probably the same value? What do you think? I don't know. If there's double, does that mean they're half? What are they doing? What's your take on that one? Should I just find another board that has them single? Because the board view probably says single on this one. So the board view does say single on this, and it's a 10 microfarad. So 10 microfarad, what? 0805, 25 volt. I think I have some of those. I don't have one of those books. I need to get a book eventually that has all of them. So yeah, I have some of those. I'll just use one of these. All right, so I have some 0803s, 25 volt, 10 microfarad. Where we're going, we don't need a donor board. AMD is noisier. So noisy. Okay, let's grab one of these guys. You noisy board. There we go. Ten microfarads. Nothing but the best. All right, we'll install this right here. Let's just not melt our brand new connector, right? So I'm going to blow the air kind of that direction. You're like, no! How dare you! All right, no flux, and then add flux after. All right, there we go. And the color's a little different. If I were to rotate it, there's a side that is the same color as all the rest of them, but I didn't feel like rotating it. So 8578 has a dark solder thing. All right, let's see what 8578 has to do. 8578, 8578, 8578. Where you at, buddy? You're my boy, 8578. 85. Did you say 8578? 78. They just 80, 97. Is it a big one? It's a small one. Why don't I see it next to the chip? Oh, this one. This is a. There was a piece of lint or whatever on there. Your left. Stage left, please. Just look stage left. Yeah, it's hard to tell me. You're like north, west, east, south. Go north. Play some King's Quest. Okay, so that, does it look okay? I think it looks okay. Because, I mean, that's a resistor, obviously. And then there's a capacitor right there, and that one looks okay. Those look okay. Looks okay. Northwest. Okay, PC 8578, not that 8678. 85. Okay, so my other left. 8578. So 85. So my stage left again, right? So I still need to go stage left. Why don't I see it? Why don't I see it? Because it's, is it up here? Or is it down here? Why don't I see what you're talking about? There's 8578, but you're saying 8678 dash PC 8578. You just poked it when you said, is it up here? Oh, is it up here? Oh, 8578. Ah, it looks blowed. The resistor looks kind of blowy, but where's that resistor value supposed to be anyway? How are you guys so good at seeing stuff? You got eagle eyes. You have eagle eyes. So this is, I guess I could have just looked at the board view. It would have told me 8578 right here. This is a 5-volt VDD, and it looks like it's a 2x2. So it should be a 2 ohm resistor. So let's make sure it is still 2 ohm. Let's see. Is it 2 ohm still? Lead Farmer, if it's not 2 ohm, you're the man. Lead Farmer's always good at finding stuff like that. So what we're looking for a lot of times is going to be some sort of blown resistor here. The capacitor looks okay to me, but the resistor is what looks suspicious. That's 8597. You're kidding me? Oh, it is 97, but this still looks suspicious to me, so I'm going in. Okay, it's fine. I like how people are like, no, you're crazy. No, you're crazy. Cap, not resistor. Oh, see, we've done this before. We've done this game before where you guys keep telling me, and then I had to like split the screen into quadrants. All right, I'm going to search for it on the board view. Okay, so what's the number I need to look for? 8597? Oh my gosh. And then we're looking at PC 8597? PC 8597, go. That says it's on the other side of the board. What now? Top left, different scope view. Okay. Okay, top left. Top left. Okay, I'm just going to point edit everything. Here we go. So I see PR, P 8586, 85. What? 8578, 8577, 8578. Okay, so we're going to try PC 8578 instead. Okay, PC. It's saying PC 8578 is on the other side of the board also. So you guys are making, you're messing with my brain. You're messing with my emotions. You're lucky you're my boys. Discord, okay. Discord, go. I like it when people send me stuff on Discord. Oh, PC 8586. Oh, it's that one? Oh, sorry. I'm like talking to myself. So this is what we're talking about here. So we have an indication here, 8586, but it's this capacitor way over here, 8578. Why can't I see that in my own eyes? How is that not even possible? How can I not see that? Oh, because it's written right here. 8578, right here. And it's funny because I was like measuring this and it's the words right next to it. I have blinders. I'm blind. I can't see. I don't know what I'm looking at. Okay, so are we... Oh my gosh, that was so much work. That's so much work to find these words right next to the thing I was measuring. Okay, so yeah, there is definitely some sort of discoloration here, and discoloration on this one too, on one side. Do you think that this has been cleaned before? I'm going to do a top-down view instead and see if that changes the way that the solder looks, the solder. Because sometimes if I come on the top, yeah, you can see that there's a discoloration. Oxidation. Oxidation. That's the one I just put on. All right, so we think you should just swap out a couple of these other ones too while we're over here. Just swap these two since they both have a little bit of discoloration. Concurrence, go. You're the Nate Bargatze of computer repair. That's what I am. That's exactly right. Oh, Nate Bargatze. 80 and 1,000 years ago, we did not have computers, and I do declare I have the right to not change that capacitor if I don't want to, but I also can change the capacitor if I do want to. Did you guys see that Nate Bargatze SNL skit? The Founding Fathers. It was funny because they did the read-through before the show, and they almost did not put it in the show. They almost canceled it. They were like, yeah, that's not funny. And then it ended up being like the best skit that SNL's done in years, you know. The beet juice, go. So I'm going to pull off both of those. We're going to replace both of them, and that way we just get that out of the way because we know that there was some sort of liquid in this area, and we see discoloration there anyway. There's like slight discoloration. Plug it in, plug it in. All right, and then we got to figure out if the LCD is going to work now. Bring back the abacus. I do declare. I declare that we need an abacus. All right, fresh water. 5 millimeters up, 5 millimeters to the left. Go. Did you ever check for shorts? Well, the machine turns on. So no, because I was like, oh, it actually lights up and actually seems like it's getting a screen, because it's getting a display error. So I didn't check for shorts, but I guess I could. You know? The cap above that looks corroded. I mean, it looks like there was some liquid damage in this area. I'm not too concerned with corroded stuff if they're working still, as long as they are not like blown out. He's 79 years old and smells the popcorn. Okay, so you see how this is like brown, but I can keep rotating it, and eventually it will find a side that looks the same color as the rest. That's just the way they do it. I don't know why. You're going to have all these brown sides, and then you'll have one side that usually looks the same as the other ones. No? Is this one not doing that? This one's a little lighter. Huh. I guess these don't do it. A lot of the other ones I use actually have a different color on one side. I'll rotate this. There's also a thicker side. thicker. Corrosion won't spread. Well, as long as we clean all the corrosion off. If it's actually true corrosion. So we don't know if someone's been toothbrushing around in here or not. It doesn't seem like someone told us they were doing that. Too many cooks spoil a laptop. Got a lot of cooks in my kitchen. It's okay. Backseaters. Love it. Love the backseaters. Yes, yeehaw, yeehaw. Okay, so we got that. Clean this up. All right, so who thinks we're going to get picture, guys? Who thinks we're going to get picture? Gritty just resubbed for 6 months for commercial-free pleasure on Twitch. Thank you for that. Those higher quality caps. These are nothing but the best caps. And they weren't ordered on AliExpress. And I got to tell you something. I'm done with AliExpress. I'm so fed up. So I actually have a company now that is a sourcing company for components. And so all I have to do is give them a list and I should be able to get all the components I want. Hopefully. That's what I'm looking for. And I'm going to be able to get connectors and everything. So that's my goal, is to not have to buy anything from China anymore. Because it's all fake. Fake, 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 fake. And we're going to do, is it real or is it fake? And I'll show you some stuff. And I'm pretty disappointed. We'll do it again. All right, so let me get this plugged in. So we already replaced the LCD cable. We replaced the LCD connector. This is the new cable already installed. So I'm going to plug it back in. We also, I have a test screen if we need to plug in a test screen if it doesn't work. Ah, it goes in beautifully, okay. I'll leave that out. Okay, the keyboard wasn't even plugged in. Let me plug in the keyboard so we get our keyboard backlight. Funny if they sourced them from AliExpress. No, so the company that I'm doing business with now actually is a friend of mine. I didn't realize where he worked, but he actually works at a company that's all they do is actually source components for other companies, like big companies. And his job at the company is to verify that they're real. And so he's under a microscope all day and x-ray machines and all this stuff to verify each component to make sure that they're authentic and not fake that he's selling. So yeah, they guarantee it's real. That's what's even better about it. So AliExpress is dodgy. Send that company name to Tony. Yeah, I'll get in touch with Tony actually. So because that is a good idea, because I know that he had to buy some stuff and he got some fake stuff too. So I'm kind of thinking about maybe starting another kind of business that is just for selling real components, but selling them based on the motherboard is kind of what I was thinking, or the model. So you're able to, or even like bolted onto the same, my own parts people company, but where it's like you can browse to your M18 motherboard and then you can choose like, I need the power circuit, right? Or the charging circuit, and it will give you all the components for the charging circuit, or I need the latches for the whole board, or I need whatever. So like kind of kits is what I was thinking for different areas, or all the input MOSFETs, or things like that. It's kind of what I was thinking, but DM me that company too. Well, it's not. So the thing is that you have to have a company relationship. So it's like a volume thing. So I don't know if one person can't. So as a business you can do it. So if you set it up as your business, you should be able to buy from them. But it's not like a website. It's a actual, like, I have like a sales rep that I have to kind of send them a list, and I have to buy in volume. So I'm probably going to have to buy like a bunch of chips at a time. So we will see. I don't know if I have to buy a minimum of 1,000 of something. Who knows? I have no idea, but we will figure that out. All right, so I plugged it back in. It is powering on. Well, we do have keyboard backlight now, which is nice. And it should, hopefully we'll get a picture. We will see. I'm going to let it go through its own thing. But yeah, I think it's wholesale, not retail. Yes, that's the kind of the better way of putting it. But I think it would be interesting to be able to be the place to buy the correct components that are guaranteed OEM. Same thing that I'm doing for my Dell parts, right? So you're buying the correct thing for your Dell, but you're also buying it OEM or not, not a knockoff. But then you can sit there and kind of go through every single motherboard that Dell makes, and then I can go through and kind of identify all the different components and get all the parts listed for it. And it could be a pretty cool idea. I don't know. I mean, I don't really have the capacity to deal with it right now, but these are all things I'm coming up with for ideas. It's a lot of work, though. Auto quality parts for parts people. Work, work, work. I know, that's all it is. And I'll always come up with ideas. I usually wouldn't be telling you out in public, but it's, I like to share the insight with you guys. My brain trust, right? You guys are the insiders. You don't tell anybody else, though. Shh, shh. It's only for you guys. All right, so we're up to 111 watts, up to 111 watts, and it is still moving around, so we are still going through a boot up process, and hopefully we will get a screen here momentarily, and then we can move on to the next one. Oh, quality Chinese parts of knockoffs. Tommy Boy was one of the best comedians of all time. Oh, do we have a light code again? Oh, we sure do. I don't like that. What do we got this time? Well, we fixed the connector. The connector was really messed up, so. EC bad pizza. Did it stop already? I'll turn it back on. Time to go down a rabbit hole. 2.3 amps, power on. Okay, so we did get an error. We got to kind of look at it. We punched another touchpad. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh wait, I missed part of it. The 2 red. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 again. 2 8 again. Okay. My favorite. My favorite. So what do you think? The next step, do we go to womp womp? Well, I think we will go to... Why don't you plug a different LCD screen into it? That might be smart. Let's do that. Let me unplug the battery. Flick the battery connector. Pull this connector. Let's go grab a screen. Let's go grab a screen. Good thing I don't have to go very far. I got an M15R7. That's not going to work. M18. This looks like an M18 screen. M18 test screen. Boom. All right. So this is a different screen, different cable, different everything. That's what we want. What camera do I use on my overhead? The quality looks good. So both cameras here are a Z30. So the Nikon Z30, it does 4K 30. They overheat like crazy, so I would never recommend them. But I bought a pair of them. And then this one has the kit lens on it, and this one has a, what is it, a f1.7 15 millimeter lens. It's a cheap lens though. But I would never recommend them because both of them overheat and shut off, so I have to put fans on the back of them. So I have fans on the back, I have dummy batteries on them to keep them on, and they will only do 4K 30, so I can't get 60 frames at 30. So anyway, but they're $500 used, so that's why I bought them for, it's a cheaper route to go, and it does look a lot better. I used to use cell phones. So when I first started, I had my Samsung S10. I had a pair of the S10s. I had my S10 facing here and an S10 facing down as my cameras, and then I just inputted them that way. Now I use that as my side camera. So this is my S10 off to the side, and then it gives me kind of the wider angle shot. But okay, let's plug this back in. So I have this test screen plugged in. I'm gonna let that run. Modern streaming cameras are super cheap. OBS bought for 4K 60 for $200. Really? I gotta look for one of those. 4K 60. I haven't found a good 4K 60 camera that was affordable. I don't know how big that sensor is or what sensor it is that you have on it. Chesty's lurking, poking his head out. A little lurker. Galaxy S3. I have my Galaxy. I still have one of those, still in the box. Open the lid. All right, it's on, but I'll open the lid just so it does put a picture out. You're right. You're right. Probably an AliExpress special for his 4K 60. Affordable is the point. Yeah, so I'm wondering, like, if it does 4K 60. Bitrate wise, I don't know. Voltages at the LCD connector. I did not measure that. I should have checked that. That's a good point. The problem is that all the LCD connector stuff is on the other side of the board, and so I could do a little bit of measuring on the connector itself, but the cable's in the side in the way. I changed the transmission fluid on a 2019 Nissan. Kicks at 51 miles, and the transmission is smooth. It kicks at 51,000 miles. Nissan Kicks. Is it called a Nissan Kicks? I don't know if I've heard of a Kicks. 51,000 miles in the transmission speed. That's awesome. Okay, I saw a flicker of the screen, but it's funny because I thought I saw it on this screen, which isn't even hooked up. An OS bot camera looks nice. Never heard of that. Okay, so we still have an LCD failure. Same thing. All right, so now we'll see if we can measure something. OSB bot. I thought I saw the backlight when I unplugged it just now. I think I saw the backlight go down. I want to look at this OSB bot. So you're saying that's a camera? Hold on. All right, we're gonna do a side detour just for one moment. I just want to see this. The Instago 360s or whatever are kind of expensive, aren't they? All right, so I want to see this camera here. This thing, Tiny 3, does it, and it follows your face? Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. There's a number 3. Fancy website. How much is it? It's funny how they're not giving you a price. Buy now. Okay. $349. Interesting. 4K 30. And then it does 1080 120. So the sensor's only this big though. So this is the problem. So this is like a probably an IMX 678 sensor or a 334 if it's using a Sony sensor. But the sensor's not very big, so it's not going to have really good low light, which doesn't really matter if you have plenty of light on you. Is it telling you what sensor it has? It's showing pictures of it's tinier than your mouse? What? Okay, there's a picture of a sensor. What is it? Ultra large sensor. That's not ultra large, guys. I mean, it's not an it's not a full frame. It's not APS-C. Anyway, but that sounds like, I mean, $350 is not a bad price. I wouldn't mind seeing what it looks like. Maybe I could buy one and return it if I think it's crap. Just play around with it. If it follows my face, that'd be pretty cool. Although, do I really want AI staring at my face all day? Ponder me that. Riddle me that, Batman. Link 2 has a 1/2-inch sensor, and it's $200. GoPro style camera with a gimbal. No spec sheet. I know it's kind of weird. They're like, ultra big sensor, and then they're not telling me what the sensor is. I would love to know if it's a Sony, I mean IMX sensor, and then which sensor it is, right? So it's a CMOS sensor. in general, everything's going to be CMOS at this point because they're not going to run CCDs, which you have to actually read the whole thing and then dump it. And they, instead of having a actual each pixel having their own reading, basically. Okay, replace the sensor on your camera. That's how we do it. We'll just upgrade it. All right, so we're back to square one, more or less. So the problem is we can't really measure too much on this side. I mean, we can plug this in and we can measure like if we're getting our 19 volts or a 3.3 or something like that. I'm not super happy with that. It didn't work after we changed that out. We did good. So I'm going to turn this back on. And I'm going to shut the lid. Now we're probably not going to have anything yet at the LCD connector, but we can start measuring anyway. So on this far edge, we probably should have our 20 volts, I would think. Usually somewhere around here. Nothing. Nothing. You can't really see. There's a big, these are all connected together, it looks like, right? No? Well, these middle pads were connected together. Let's see if we can find where VCC is while this is booting up. LCD connector. So this is, so those four are going to be our VCC for our backlight. And so, and then we also need our 3.3. Those are ground in the middle. Where's our 3.3? 3.3 are, oh no, those middle ones are the 3.3. So those middle ones that we saw, so we need that and we need these end ones. Those are the two main ones that we're, like usually if this one's missing is whenever we'll get a 2.8 and then this one's missing, we get a 2.7. That's kind of my brain goes to that. Yep, okay, so that's what we're gonna check. Uses an analog 240 sensor. Which one does? GSP, small sensors. Okay, so we're going to measure over here. I have the screen shut, so it could be that it's shut, and that's why it's doing that. And then which one was the middle pads of these right here? Oh, we have our 3.2. So we definitely have 3.2 here. We just don't have our 20 volts on the screen. Let me open the lid up a little bit. Okay, we're missing our 20 volts to our backlight. McBay just used their Prime sub. Thank you for 7 months. 7 months. Thank you. All right. So we are missing our 20 volts. Do we have a fuse around here that we can look at? There's probably a fuse somewhere, especially since we had it all mangled. But I think they're on the other side of the board. All the circuitry for this is on the other side of the board. So let me pull the board out. And we'll look on there's a polyfuse right there. I guess we can check that guy. That one's, wait, you have to be in ohms for it to work. Okay, that's 0. Properly calibrated wire time. Yeah, so the stuff that goes for the backlight's on the other side of the board. So let me flip this board over or get the board out. Can you shine a light at the screen to see an image? Well, the problem is on these machines, a lot of times now, and I don't know if you guys noticed this or not, but if the backlight circuit doesn't come on, then the screen no longer gives an image anymore if it's a higher end screen. So if it's one of those screens that use like 240 hertz or something like that, it doesn't put a picture on there anymore. If it's like just a basic 60 hertz screen, it will give just a dim backlight. But the ones where they're like use more electronics, they don't turn on at all. So can't use that as an answer. I did not see a picture on there though, by the way. And if it was giving a 2.7 error, then it usually won't give a picture either. It will just kind of say 2.7, done. Did you check the voltages before randomly replacing components? I like how you worded that. I like how you said random. What are we fixing today? Thanks for the content, Nate. Well, thank you for the 8 months Prime sub. Thanks for the support yourself. Not too shabby. All right, and the motherboard is out. Now, we don't even know if there's a bunch of liquid damage somewhere, but we got some cheer. Old Stormy giving some cheer. Thank you for that. Okay, so the flux made it to the other side of the board. Proper nice. Let me clean that off. Never blow a fuse. Yeah, I rarely see fuses blow, but with that LCD connector so messed up, I would hope a fuse blew. I would hope it blew. So this is all the LCD circuit on this side of the board. So looks like we have K for fuse, all right? So F, fuse, that's a fuse right there. Is it blowed? We have a fuse that is blown, people. All right, well, that's conclusive, so that's blown. Now let's take a look over here. We also have a 0 ohm there. That one's fine. And I believe that's the only one in this area, unless I'm missing it. Do you see another F anywhere? F, F, F. Nope. All right, well, there you go. There's your sign. Waza, kaza, kaza. Okay, let me pull this guy off. Nice. The fuse worked. Properly calibrated fuse. So do you want me to solder a wire? Or I could just install a fuse. I have fuses. You get a fuse, you get a fuse. Let's see, which fuse do we want to put on here? Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. So these are 32 volt, 3 amp fast blow fuses. There we go. Both sides are short. You're going to check for shorts? Well, thank you. Ohm test on both sides. Okay. Thanks for that cheer on Twitch. So let's go to ground. No short, no short, and no short. Okay. So we are clear. We are clear. I think it was just that LCD connector so messed up, you know? You concur? The flux capacitor is going in hot. Solder blob. Solder blob another laptop. I could just do a solder blob, but then it won't blow as easy. It did its job. I'm very happy that it blew out instead of blowing a hole in the board or something, you know? Because it could have been a huge, huge burn. Did Soren say he's disappointed with me because I'm installing this? Did he pop in the chat real quick just to say that? Oh, feels bad, man. What? Just because it has a fuse doesn't mean it needs a fuse. Okay. Try not to get this metal sticky stuff onto the board. Okay. Let's move that back. Okay, let's check it again. What? No wire? Of course not. I have to give this thing a year warranty, people. It's a little bit different than what Soren's doing. Plus, I charge more than Soren, I think. I think Soren only charges pizza prices. I can't charge pizza prices and pay for this building and pay for all my employees. Okay. Where we're going, it costs more than a pizza. This thing has to last. And whenever I say I have a year warranty, I actually have to pay for all the shipping too, right? So I pay for the return shipping, I pay for the shipping back to me, then I have to pay back to them again. So when it leaves the building, it gets free shipping. That costs me $25. And then if it has to come back, that's $25 back to me, and then $25 back to them. So that's another $50. So $75 in shipping. But it's $50 just to do the warranty if I ever have to do a warranty. So I don't want to have to do warranties. Ever. But they happen. And you have a whole year to claim it. Now, don't be the person who does this. I fixed the board for somebody, and then he gets it back, and the first thing he does is he takes it apart to change the palm rest out, and then breaks the board again. And then says, I don't know. It wasn't working when I got it, so I took it apart to change the palm rest out. And then it's still not working, or something like that. And I was like, but you said it didn't work, and then so you took it apart? Like, there's something wrong with your story. And but he wanted me to warranty it, pay for it all. And I was like, it's not even worth fighting somebody. So I just said, okay, whatever, you know, we'll just move on with life and pay for the return and pay for the, you know. And I get it back, and it was like a brick to EC chip, and I don't know what he was doing to brick the EC, but I don't know. Okay, so the board's back in, LCD's connected, the original LCD. Let me plug this in. Okay, so you guys think it's gonna work? Eh? Think it's gonna work? Yeah, Soren runs a repair channel. It's called Electronic Repair School on YouTube, and so Soren's, he's from Romania, Transylvania, and he's a character. All right, fans are on full blast. Okay, 50-50. Nobody says 50-50. I got the blast off going on here. So while it's blasting off, we're going to have another sip of my beet juice. So it's apple, carrot, beet, banana, orange, and pineapple. Kind of an interesting mix. Cold pressed. I don't know. It was 3 for $9 at Whole Foods today. So I said, okay. So you do 90-day warranties. You need to up your game. So here's what I did. I used to do for selling parts at the starting, do 30-day warranties, and then I started doing 90-day warranties, and I did that for a number of years. And then starting in about 2014 or 15, I said, I'm going to go to a year warranty on everything. Parts, labor, for repairs, and for the parts I sell. I don't even get a year warranty on everything, but the point is, if someone bought something and it failed in less than a year, then I think that they were kind of robbed, personally. I think that whatever they buy from me should last a year. And so a laptop should be, if I fixed a laptop, it should last a year. And if I sell them a part, it should last a year, at least, right? So by me not giving a year warranty is basically saying, I don't think it will last a year. I only think it will last 90 days. And so I went to a year, and there was a lot of pushback in the company because they were thinking, and we have a picture, I can't believe I saved another laptop. Whoa. Okay, well that did fix it. Okay, that did fix it. So we were able to resolve this issue. Now, it looked like it was originally some other problem, right? So we had a mangled LCD cable that we had to switch out. The LCD connector was completely burned up, and then we ended up finding a blown fuse. So it was kind of pushing us different ways. I didn't know for sure if we were going to have some sort of catastrophic video failure or some sort of PCH or some sort of chipset issue, but I'm so glad that we were able to fix this laptop, and I'd love to know your thoughts on this one, and thanks for watching. Just kidding. Okay, so anyway, what I was saying about all that stuff, I'm just wrapping it up in case I edit this into a video, but so yeah, we can do a BIOS update. We can run all this stress tests on here. I wouldn't mind. Let me put a test OS in here, and let's just boot this thing up. Where's the music? I need to log into my SoundCloud. Let's see if I can do that. So anyway, back to what I was saying about the warranty. So putting your warranty on it was basically saying that you do stand behind the products you're selling. And I had a lot of pushback because they thought that there was going to be some sort of catastrophic compounding of failures that was going to cause more issues, or you're going to have more warranties than you had before, and you don't. That's the thing. You don't have more warranties. It's weird because most warranty claims or people saying that something happened is always within the first like 2 weeks, usually right after they receive it, right? And then you'll have something maybe in the first month or 2 months, but rarely do you have somebody calling you 11 months. It does happen, but it's not a compounding effect where you think that you're going to be overwhelmed with having to replace all these things for free. So that's kind of the myth. And so by getting that out of your system and worrying about that, you actually gain more trust and gain more confidence with the people you're dealing with, your customers, and then you end up having more sales in the other part of that. So you end up selling more in general. So it's kind of a win-win in general. So you don't generally lose. Okay, BIOS version 133. Okay, so if I do update the BIOS, we have to go into their Windows operating system, because if I do update it, it will wipe their BitLocker key, so we don't do that outside of Windows. But I'm going to boot up into my test OS and just kind of see if everything's working. Most of our stuff is within 14 days. I mean, I see so much stuff being sold on eBay and things like that with really short warranties. And you're really, you know, I mean, teach their own, right? It's just however they do it. It's like on eBay, I think they only do a 60-day for most part, on most things anyway. 9 months versus a year, I don't notice a difference. I mean, you could do 9 months. Years just sounds better, you know. And you know, it's even funnier. So there's this other company that is trying to get a lot of companies to sign up for shipping insurance. It's like at checkout, and you pay for insurance. I don't know if you've seen it. I can't remember the name of the company, but you'll see it sometimes at checkout and on like Shopify carts or whatever. It will be like, insure this package for, you know, $1.60 or something like that, right? And so you're paying this other company to insure the package. Basically, what that's insinuating is, if the package is lost or destroyed or whatever, and you don't end up getting it, the company that's selling it will not have your back, is what that means, because they're selling you some additional insurance. So to me, that doesn't make sense. So there was a company trying to have us offer that, and I was just like, we already cover the customer. We already warranty the customer. So now we're just going to charge the customer more money to do the thing we were already going to do, because if you got a lost packages, you just call us and then we ship you a new one, and then we deal with it, right? So 9 months sounds like you're expecting 9 months. Water breaks. Man, you guys are going crazy about all this warranty stuff. Okay, so we are booted into their operating system. Let me make sure that the GPU is working. Hopefully we don't have some sort of GPU error. Nope, 4070. It's a 4070. And we're getting 144, 150 frames per second, whatever it takes. So that's working good. And then we'll run a quick little CPU stress test on it. And all the cores are going. Looks like it might need new thermal paste. Maybe. We'll see. Nope, looks like all the cores are maxing out. That's what we want. So we want all the cores to go to full blast. We want the RAM to go to full blast. And that's all working good. So this one is good to go. So we'll always clean everything out. We'll do the fan mod to this so it doesn't overheat. And then we can send this one out. So this one is fixed. Route insurance. That's what, yep. So Rex, yeah, that's what we're talking about, route. Yeah, it's just like this little checkbox. Add this price for whatever at checkout. And I'm like, I mean, I get, it's just like another business model, right? Where you're just like offering this service. I get that, but the company that's selling the stuff should cover it anyway. So what is their incentive of putting that on the outside, you know, or at checkout? Does the company get a kickback? I think we do. Like if I put it on my site, maybe I get a kickback for everyone who signs up. So that company has a win-win proposition, because they're just like, put this on here and then we'll insure it, but nothing really happens, and then we just collect all the money, right? All right, so we're going to put this one away. Oh, let me take my drive out. Are we already on our last one? 2 hours in? Now we got more. I got a stack over there, guys. I got 11 more got delivered this morning, and then like 10 yesterday. They're not all board repairs. They're like all sorts of repairs, but still. Right now, we don't have enough places for the laptops. We're basically just keeping them in the boxes, because I can't even fit them all into my bins and on my shelves. So let me grab another one. Nice. What is the last one? Oh, yeah, this one. So personal information needs to be removed. Hold on. Give me a mere moments here. So this is an inspiration. So we call it Inspiron, but maybe I'll just cover the sticker up. This came in by another repair shop. Here, I'll just put a sticker over it. Give me a second. And so it has his customer's information on here. Okay, here we go. So this came in from a local repair shop that says that the machine doesn't come on, it's no power, and they think there's a short on the board of some sort, but not really sure. And so we're going to have to kind of figure that out. I think the note just says no power, short on motherboard. That's all it says. No power, short on motherboard. Hopefully there's no spill, right? We're going to get in here, there's a spill again, and we're like, no, not another spill. Although the other one didn't look like there was a spill. We didn't see really, I mean, we saw some corrosion on the very back there, and we replaced some of those components. So I think we're going to go through that board a little bit more to make sure everything's good. No, we'll do the intro. This thing just beeped like something came unplugged. We're working on the intro. We're working on it. It always takes a little bit of time. Can we get a poll whether it's water damage or not? I don't want to think it's a water damage. I don't want to. Okay, here we go. What model is it? 7640. Okay. All right, new date, another laptop that needs to be saved, and this time we have an Inspiron 7640. Now, I don't work on very many Inspirons because they're usually quite inexpensive machines to get the parts replaced, but this one actually has a more expensive motherboard, and it is worth fixing. Now, this was brought in by a local repair shop. They think there's a short on the motherboard, and this motherboard no longer powers on at all. I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. Okay, so what kind of power does this take? I think it takes a 7.4 or 4.5. It takes a 4.5. So my power meter here actually has both jacks on it, a 7.4 millimeter and a 4.5. But I am going to unplug my 200 or 330 watt charger, and we're going to plug in a 240 watt because I don't need all that power to go into this machine. Nailed it again. All right. Sometimes I don't know if I nail it, but I appreciate the support there. So first thing I want to do is see if it turns on. So we're going to open the lid, press the power button, see if it does anything. Doesn't do anything. Let's reset the power meter. 17 amps is pretty high. That was our prior repair, so let me reset that. And so when I plug it in, let's just see what we get on the spike power meter. Okay, well, it did jump straight to 0.37 and sitting at 0.33. I'm going to unplug it again. I just want to see how quickly it jumps up. Now, in general, we should never, ever, ever have it jump straight up right when we plug it in. And so if we are getting that immediate, there's definitely a short somewhere on the board, because even if you want to say it's like pre-charge current for a battery, it should stay kind of low first, then jump up to like 0.2 for a little while, 0.23, and then jump up to 1.5 amp or whatever. And then even if you wanted to say this is the board powering on, usually, see how it just goes straight up to it? It's going to be, it will kind of rest at a resting current first, like 0.02, and then it will jump up and start going and moving around. So it's just kind of sitting here, flatlining. So I guarantee something is getting hot in here. Power button does nothing. So I think the diagnosis of having some sort of short on the board, probably pretty accurate. So let's go ahead and open up the bottom and take a look inside. Something's getting spicy in there. So let's see if we can pop this bottom off. It is already unscrewed, which is nice. You know how much I like taking screws out. No. Supposed to be around 20 milliamps at first, right? So resting current's going to be 0.02, which is 20 milliamps, not 300 or 400 milliamps. Thermal camera, we could go straight to thermal if we want, because that would actually probably show something pretty quickly. But if you don't have a thermal camera, what do you do? See, that's what we have to think about. Because, I mean, I have all the equipment, but what if you don't have the equipment? How do I make it easy for you to be able to find these issues, right? Because that's what I'm always thinking about whenever I'm trying to diagnose stuff with you guys. And the bottom is off. So, quick look around. We have the main battery. It is an OEM, which is nice, and serial number there. It is unplugged. Okay, so we definitely know it's not charge current. There's the keyboard. Is the board even plugged in? Sometimes these Inspirons are like, don't have very many screws. The fan is pretty clean. It looks like someone has been lifting this up here. The Wi-Fi card is on the other side of this cover here, so I think it's supposed to go underneath that. I don't work on that many Inspirons, so I don't really know. Can't really say. It's all about the science, people. It's all about the science. Okay, so let's just start out. We'll do it with no thermal camera, okay? We'll start with our just general, what we're gonna do is we're gonna poke around. We can look around. We can use our eyes as the first thing, and then we can poke around is the second thing, and then we'll use the thermal camera will be the third thing. So I'm gonna go in continuity mode, so it beeps, and we'll just put one side on ground. And what I wanna do is I just wanna identify all of the coils. Okay, so all these coils right here, those are going to be outputs to power supplies. So they're going to take the 20 volts. Well, on this machine, the 20 volts actually comes in, and then it gets reduced down to like a 12.6 volt or something like that. Whatever battery voltage is. What's battery voltage? Battery voltage is 15 volts, so it's going to be like a 16 volt power rail. You just want to probe something, don't you? Premise, you're right. I do want to probe something. I love probing. So this machine is going to create something that's the same as battery voltage, and I just looked here, the battery is 15 volts nominal, so 16.4 volts is the charge voltage on that, or 16.8. So the main power rail is going to be right around 16.8, and then it's going to take those and then convert that down to whatever these other voltages, the 3 volts, the 5 volts, and the 1.8s and things like that. Voltmeter not working. Okay, thanks for letting me know. It looks like it's working. Right? Yep. We got it. All right, thank you for that. I think we're good. All right, so I'm going to hold this down right here. I'm just going to have one side on ground. All I want to do is kind of poke all these outputs here. So these should not have a very low resistance on any of these outputs. So if I poke this one, we're at 25 ohms. Now, 25 does seem kind of low, and it is beeping. This thing will beep at anything, usually under 100, I believe, but 50 for sure. And if it's 25, that could be for our RAM that's right here. We have RAM that's built on the motherboard, so I'm not going to worry about that yet. We're just going to kind of keep going. This one right here is half an ohm, 0.5. Now that is too low. The only thing that's going to be that low ever is going to be some sort of like GPU, like an NVIDIA GPU. This thing does not have an NVIDIA GPU to be found anywhere. So that power rail looks shorted to me. I'm going to go to the next one here. This one is at 10 ohms. Okay, so we have almost a 0 ohm here, and we have a 10 ohm here. Now these could be tied together, and so this one's kind of feeding off of this one, and so this one's at 0, and then this one's getting 10 because of that. Or we have multiple cascading events going on, blown capacitors or burnt part of the board. So we're just collecting clues first. So let's check this one right here. That one's fine. What else we got? I don't see anything else. Do you think it's the Wi-Fi card? It could totally be the Wi-Fi card if both of these things are shorted and the Wi-Fi card uses both of those voltages. Yep, could be. So let's take the Wi-Fi card out. Is it gonna be the Wi-Fi card finally? I know you guys want it to be Wi-Fi card so bad. All right, let's take it out. Okay, Wi-Fi card is out. So let's see if it resolved it. Still there. 0.3, 0.2. It's almost 0. It's almost a 0 ohm short, which is good. And this one's a 10 ohm short. So not the Wi-Fi card. Now it still could be a daughter board. So we have a daughter board plugged in here. We got a keyboard. We have a touchpad. We have a keyboard backlight. So we're going to systematically just kind of go through and unplug all these things. This is just what you got to do. You got to take everything out of the picture. Or we can go straight to thermal camera. Like, I'm just trying to help you without the thermal camera. So right now, we could just plug it in and figure it out. But I also want to just take these things out of the picture. So I'm going to unhook all these things. All right, that's all unplugged. So now is a shortcut. It's not. Still there. So it's going to be in here somewhere. All right, so let's go thermal. Because, the RAM is on board. These are the RAM chips right here. Troubleshooting process learned from you. Wait, Use troubleshooting processes learned from your videos to diagnose and repair a $4,000 vintage graphics card. Thank you, Eric. That's amazing. That's amazing. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm glad that you have gotten some value out of what I am preaching here. Okay, so we don't need a voltage injection on this one. Do you know why? Can anyone tell me why we don't need voltage injection to use the thermal camera? Anybody? The reason why is because when we plug it in, it's already pulling some current, right? So when we plug it in, we see 330 watts or whatever it is, or 330 milliamps pulling current, right? So if we plugged it in and we didn't see anything, right? Like right there, we're pulling current. So we already have the current that we need. Something's going to be getting hot here, right? I can probably see if I can feel it even. But if we weren't pulling any current, we're sitting at 0.02 and then the board didn't turn on, but then we found some short of power, we have to inject voltage. So this one, we don't need to inject because something's going to be spicy here. And let's figure out what that is. So let's get under the thermal camera. Going thermal. Going thermal. Ooh, and we have some spicy meatballs. Lots of spicy meatballs. Wow. Look at all thems. Okay, so how many spicy meatballs does it take to plug in the light bulb? So we have this, nope. Wait, something over here. This isn't on the other side of the board. We have this guy. Okay, so let me go in split mode for you so you can kind of see. I'm going to zoom in or get my zoom on. Okay, let's see if we can get it lined up better. All right, so this one is right here. Oh my gosh, this sticky plastic, I'm like holding it off out of the way. This one is right here. So this is that one that we measured 0 ohms on. So that is one that's shorted. And then if we move up a little bit more, we have this one. So this one is saying it's partially shorted, but we didn't measure a short on this. So that one's fine, or something. And then we have the spiciest of them all is right here. 68 degrees C, but is it this chip or not? Or is it on the other side of the board? Woo, that is hot. Oh, this is hot too. This guy's really hot. All right, so let's figure out what those things are. I'm about to rip this plastic off. I'm so mad at it. Every time I touch it, it flips back. Can I take this thing off of here? Get out of my life. Get out of my life. Let me get a piece of tape. About to freak out on this plastic. Yeah, we're going to put some IPA on there, which is isopropyl alcohol, and that will help us identify what component it actually is because it can evaporate. But hold on, let me fix this tape. This is so maddening, I tell you. Maddening. Okay, so the pieces we were looking at, what is that? What is this? What? What? Do you see that, guys? Hello, say hello to my little friend. So this one's really spicy, and then this one's super spicy. So this is the one that's 68C, and this one is also the secondary spiciness, but it looks like a spill, but it's not. It is flux, because someone has been soldering here. This is all flux, people. This is all flux. Someone's been fluxing on my board. Who, me? Yes, you. So somebody has messed with this. Somebody has changed this out. I don't even know what chip that is. What is it? Ah, it's a CYPD. Nice. CYP. Well, the first number is missing, but it's a 48LQI. So this is going to be a PD controller. So this is going to be the power delivery chip on the USB-C ports. It handles 2 ports, I believe. There are 2 USB ports here. No, there's only one. This one's actually a blank. So there's one USB port, and this handles that one USB port. So there's a short in that chip, but someone replaced it or messed with it. It's all fluxed up, guys. It's all fluxed up. So what do we do? Pull out the board. I gotta think about this. Do we know? I want to check the chip off. Check the USB port for damage. I like that. That's an easy one. That's an easy one. Check for some more spiciness. That the meatball is spicy. Okay, so I don't see an issue. Physically, the port looks beautiful. Looks so beautiful. And it's SSD 5. Fancy schmancy. All right, I need to get this repair shop on the phone. I think I'm trying to remember. I think he's starting to do board repair. He watches the streams, and so I think they're starting to do board repair, but he didn't tell me he changed that out. Not that I'm aware of. He didn't tell me he was like doing board repair on it. Okay, so I think I want to take this off. And what's annoying is these chips are programmed. They're programmable, and they also have to be programmed to the board that I'm putting it on. So they're even more annoying because you can't. Like, I even bought a Cypress. This is a Cypress chip. I even bought a Cypress programmer. I have not gotten the Cypress programmer to work. I'm sure we can do that. The Brain Trust can help me do it, but I think we should just take that off. But I think I want to take the board out to do this. This is a really thin board. We're going to end up melting some plastic or something like that. He's fired. He's fired, I tell you. I learned it by watching you, all right. Well, they didn't learn to clean up after watching me. Yeah, that's true. That's true. All right, let me pull this cover off here. I don't know. I'm going to start thinking here. Let me get my thinking cap on. Okay, so I'm going to take this stuff off. These brackets and stuff. I hate soldering whenever the board is installed. I know that would make Soren likes to do it with the board in. I just can't do it. There's just so much plastic stuff around here. These boards are so freaking thin. And it does not feel like all the screws are in anyway. So maybe they did have the board out. Maybe they did the responsible thing anyway. Alex, what are you doing? Alejandro. That's the guy's name who brought it in. If he's watching right now, he should have told me that he worked on it. At least it's not hot glue. That's optimism for you. I like the way you think of it. It's like half full, right? Half full. Let me get this out. And then what are we going to do? Okay, so we're going to send the bill to Alex. Alex! No, he's going to pay for it. He's going to pay for it. Alejandro. Or actually, it was Rain. Rain's the technician. She maybe did it. Rain, it's your fault. Alex is the owner. All right. He's testing me, seeing if I can handle it. You know, that's all I do anyways. I fix other people's things. Maybe that's what my claim to fame is. I fix other people's repairs. Right? I'm buying eBay. People are buying stuff on eBay and sending it to me. I got another one of those I just did today. And thanks for the 5 gifted subs. 5 gifted subs. Cue the dream sequence. Thank you for that. Look at that. 5 people are getting a YouTube memberships. So it looks like Sweetie, and 456 and Circuit, and Paul and Real all have YouTube memberships for 1 month. Thank you. Welcome to the coolest fans. Thanks for becoming coolest fan. The dream harp sequence. All right, so the motherboard is out. The motherboard is out. Now I can take off this yet, can I? God, I hate this piece. This thing is making me so mad. I'll tape this over here. There we go. All right, let's look on the other side of the board, make sure we don't have anything on the back side, and that it is those components. And we'll also plug in the power again and see if we can confirm it with alcohol. But yeah, I don't see anything obvious like a crack or something like that on this side of the board. Okay. So I'm going to plug the board in one more time, but we're going to put isopropyl on those two things to see which one boils off the fastest. I'm suspecting this one's hotter than this one just because we did see that heat there. But we're going to plug it in. 3, 2, 1. All right, so we're pulling 330. And I'm running out of alcohol. All right, so a little alcohol in there. Yeah, it's evaporating right off of there. So that chip's definitely bad. And then this one's maybe bad or not, but it could be the voltage is passing through there. The thing is that these could not be bad, and it could be whatever's causing this to be 0, because this one's 0 over here. So I'm more inclined to think that something over here is bad or shorted. It's interesting way of thinking about it, you know what I mean? Because you're passing voltage through one chip to another. So if you have your PD controller, let's see, if it's tied, let me think about this. Let me think about this. So we have this getting hot. The CYPD we're not even plugging in. We're not, like, we can plug into the USB-C port. We haven't even done that, and that's getting hot. And so that probably ties to one of these other power rails. Yeah, let's pull off that since somebody has messed with it. Now, do we have a board? I need to see if I have the same board. I don't have a lot of Inspiron boards over here, so I don't have a lot of hope for me to find a donor board that has the same Cypress chip on it. Use the battery. Yeah, what's the battery? Does the battery work? Does the battery have voltage in it? But if that power rail's shorted, so it won't come on because this one's shorted. If I measure it at 0, so there's no way this thing can come on with battery because that's shorted. So that's out of the picture. I want to inject voltage also here to see if it goes over to the Cypress chip. Is that okay with you guys? I just want to confirm that we're on the same path. So we're going to inject some voltage there. Can it be a program? Could it be that the PD is not programmed properly? I don't think so, because the way that it's acting is it's acting like it's shorted, not that like it's not programmed. So I just want to inject some here. Okay, so we got 2 amps at 0.9 volts. And we're going thermal. Okay, so that's not getting hot. The chip's not getting hot. Okay. So let me come over here. And okay, both of these guys are getting hot. Okay, so we have a little bit more progress. So when we're plugged in the DC jack, this is getting hot, and then this one's getting hot, and then on this other one, when I put power here, both of these guys are getting hot. So those are pass-through chips. I don't know if that means that those are actually shorted, or if it's trying to go back feed through here, and then it's ended up shorting. It's getting hot, basically, on the way. So let's measure these chips right here and make sure that we don't have a short in this area. .3, 0.18. So we have a short right here. So the voltage is coming through here, I believe, and then shorting out right there. So now I'm going to inject right there instead. So we bypass this chip and see if it does anything different. Still, both those chips are getting hot. All right, what do we think? What do we think? All right, do we want to pull these guys off of here? These are going to be the easiest things to pull off, and they're going to be the easiest things to replace. The meter's not updating again? Okay. Looks like it's updating to me. I think it's because the injection tool doesn't actually show the current up there. I have to put that on a different screen. So I'm not showing the injection, if that is probably the discrepancy there. I have to put that on a different camera, and I'm not showing that on a different camera. All right, let me pull these guys off. I do have more of these on different boards because these are just like EM, what are they? They're all over the place. These chips are EM somethings. EM5209, so yeah, they're all over the place. But I believe they're just gate pins, or gate chips, where they basically they're like transistor basically. Reset spike, okay. I'll do that in a second. Nate can fix it. Check the picture on Discord. There's a laptop with another hotspot on the bottom. Okay, let me see if I can find that. I'm going to pull this off. Are both of these the same number? Can't see this other one. I want to make sure that I don't have to keep them in a special orientation. Yeah, 5209. So they're both the same. All right, give me a second. Let me take this one off, and then I'll check the Discord link. Yeah, there's a short killer beeping. So I'll remember, you know, a lot of times I put the short killer on a separate camera so you can see it, but I just didn't do it on this one. So if you guys prefer me to make sure I put whenever I'm injecting, put it on a separate camera, then it helps out, then I get that. All right, so let me check the Discord and see what you're saying here. Do you have a video that focuses on all the cleanup techniques? That'd be pretty cool. Oh, interesting idea. Okay, so somebody wants me to do a video on how to focus on cleaning the board. So I have a video that we did it was a crazy cleanup, but you know, because you're gonna clean everything in stages. So I do have 1 or 2 videos out there where it was a bad liquid damage and you had to go through and clean, but you clean in stages, right? So, but I don't really go through, I don't know. It's not a tutorial just on that. All right, I just want to see if the short is resolved. Still have a short. Premise dingled with the picture. What? Dinged with the picture. How do you ding with the picture? You dinged with the picture. Oh, premise. There we go. Oh, premise was when dinged with the picture. Oh, hotspot. Right. Sorry about that. You're right. I got it. All right, so here's a picture that Premise sent. So we had these couple marks here. And now I'm wondering if that, which orientation are we on this? Those could be reflections or they could not. But they definitely, let's see, if this was the top portion here. I'm trying to think of what angle we were in at that time. All right, we'll see. Because those could be reflections too. So I'll have to take a look at that. Thank you there, Premise. Sorry about that. I always get so confused. There's so much stuff going on. All right, so we still have our short. We took those things off. So now I want to inject and see if this goes away or if there's still heat in this area, right? Because we took off those. We can also plug in the power and see if things are what's still getting hot. Actually, I want to do that. I'm going to plug in the charger again. Make sure things don't go boom, though. Plugging in the charger. Here, I'll reset spike. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. All right, so we still get 75 on here, and we still have a short over here. I think that this chip's bad, personally. I don't know why it makes me think this chip's bad and not this one. But, I mean, this one's the hottest, but oh, man, it's really hot. But because they messed with it, we're going to change that one, actually. I keep saying that. But we need to find that. That's why I don't want to change that. Gotta find that. Ooh. All right, let me look at boards. Yeah, 92 is pretty spicy. And I just touched it with my finger. Maybe we should reflow it. Maybe it's not flowed good. I've seen that happen too. We can hunt on board views. That's true. But we need it. No, I have the chip. It needs to be the exact chip off the same board. That's the problem because it has the programming on it. So I know I have the chip because it's like I think it's the same chip like on a 9500 or 9520 or something, but it needs to have the same programming. So I'm just going to reflow this just in case. So looks good. And pin 1 is right. Pin 1's the dot. Pin 1's there, so that's good. Let me let that cool off. Which one is it? This is the CYPD 8128-48LQXI, which I have brand new ones of those, but they're not programmed. So waste of time. Womp womp. Why lock the chip to the board? It's not an Apple. It's not a locked to the board type of thing. It's a programmed to work for that board type of situation. I mean, maybe if it's programmed to a board that's similar, it will have a similar, I don't know, programming? I don't know. But you'll see this. Whenever they flash the BIOS on these machines, they'll actually go through and be like, flashing BIOS region, flashing ME region, flashing, you know, Thunderbolt. Then it'll be like flashing the PD controllers. PD controller number 1, PD controller number 2. So it goes through and flashes the PD controllers during the BIOS flash. And so that's what I bought a programmer for, to see if I could program it, but I was never able to do that. All right, I reflowed it. Let's see if it does any better. Now it's at 40. Ooh, I upped the spice level. I want to take this chip off. Can I take this chip off over here? This is the one that's measuring 0 at this circuit. Can I just take this one off and see if it's actually good? Can I read the programming out? That's what I want to do. That's why I bought the programmer. So this is the one that's 0, right? It's 1. It was 0 before, wasn't it? This one's 10. Oh, that one's not 10 anymore. Now it's 100. So the one that was 10 is 100 now. 150 is going up. So that one's fine. That one's resolved. That one's nothing. I really want to take this chip off here. Did someone mess with this one too? There's flux on this one too, people. Is that right? So many chips, so much salsa, so much heat. There, I'm just gonna pop this off. I'm gonna set this aside real quick. Go for a little excursion with this one. So yeah, someone has been meddling in my chips. Someone's been meddling in my chips again. And if I would have done it if it wasn't for you pesky kids. Go on the cap. There's something on the cap. There's something on that cap right there. It'd be funny if that cap's the spicy cap that's causing this, all this ruckus. Let's see if the short's gone. If the chip's gone and the short's gone, then we're happy. The short is still there. So it's not the chip. What is going on here? I'm just gonna start pulling everything. So I guess we're gonna have to go pull this guy. Let's pull him. We're gonna pull it until it stops. Because everything gets hot. You're not getting any alcohol in that toothbrush. I know that my dispenser's empty. I need to fill it back up. And the PD controller is off. Like every time I'm like dabbing it, I need to fill it back up. Yeah, it's totally empty here. Give me a second. A little detour. A little detour. So I've had this dispenser since 2005. And it works great. No problems. No problems at all. So that's a 21-year-old dispenser. Makes me feel old. 99% alcohol. Nothing but the best. Okay, that's what she said. Nice clean pull. I'm pretty good at cleaning and pulling. Okay, gotta prime it. Prime it, there we go. Let's play it. Okay, you wanna play with the programmer? I'd love to. I'd love to play with that programmer if I could figure it out. Because if I could, here, let me show you. Is this the one? I got multiple programmers. No, this is my Novaton. I got nowhere with this Novaton either. So this is my Novaton programmer to try to program the Novaton EC chips. That was a waste of money because I never got that working. And then my Cypress kit is right here. Cypress programmer, got nowhere with this one. Well, I've even soldered on leads and did all sorts of stuff, and I have it set up where I can actually use my spider with it. Nope, can't get that to work. Also got an MPS programmer for the PWM controllers. Haven't got that working. So I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. All right, is the short gone? Let's see if the short is gone. Let's see. Is it going to be gone? What do you think? You ready? It's still there! The short is still there! Okay, so we keep taking chips off and the short is still there. Does that mean we have a shorted capacitor somewhere and we're just not seeing it? Is it where Premise is talking about down here? Or wherever that is? Let's inject again. We're going to inject again. And I can set the camera up this time so you can see it. Let's do it. So I'll put the camera in the right spot so you can actually see the beep. You want to see the beep? I'll show you the beep. Thermal. Well, this wire is hot. Oh, this is the wire to my light over here. Okay. There we go. We're going to do 1.5 volt. No, that's too much. Too much power. All right, so 0.8. We're going to do 1 volt. We're going to spice it all the way to the max. Okay, here we go. Where's it going to be? Premise. You little stinker. Look at you. Do you see it, guys? Premise nailed it. I do declare Premise the winner of tonight's stream. So if you guys, let me revisit this with you. So this is what Premise sent. This little heat spot here. So shout out Premise. That's what's getting hot now. Right there. See it again? Right there. Okay, what is that? What is it? It is another chip? I don't know. What is the short now? Because I'm putting 1 volt in there. Oh, it happens. You're watching on a 4K 65-inch screen. Well, that does help. That does help for sure. So we're at 1.75 ohms. If I go over here, the resistance is fine. But that must be feeding this. So we got 1.8. So it's this solder ball. Another solder ball, people. Do you see that? You're breaking my brain, people. You're breaking my brain. Look at it. Does anyone see what I see? Do you see the solder ball? Or the clump at the side? Somebody's been messing around on my motherboard. Who, me? Like you see it's melted. That connector's melted too. Okay. All right, I'm going to take this off. Yeah, I mean the solder ball is not bad. It's just bigger. That's how I can tell it's been soldered. So I mean it's fine. It's just usually just go back and clean it up with that. But it's not necessarily a ball. It's just a bigger pin. But I'm just looking at it as a clue. So this is also a clue right here. I'm going to take this heatsink off because it's making me mad. This sticky, and it's in my way, and I need to be able to peel this stuff off. So I'm going to take this heatsink off and the sticky off and throw it across the room because it's making me mad. Okay, nothing to see here. All right, so we have 4 chips off the board so far. And it looks to me like these 4 chips have been off before. And we're taking them off all over again. Well, you do this type of content for your viewers, of course. Yeah, so whenever viewers see, oh, he can fix something that somebody else has already worked on, that's what he does. Yeah, at some point I'm going to put a checkbox that says, has somebody else soldered this board? Then there's a premium. I have a $50 fee for someone else soldering on it. Non-refundable fee. Okay, so we don't want to melt this connector anymore, and we don't want to melt that connector. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take this chip off. or we can reflow it, but we're going to use my proper metal. I have these little aluminum plates that I have little, I bent the edges, so I can actually set this down right here and it kind of cups over the edge there. So that blocks this whole area. So that one's good. So now we just need to protect this one. Look at this. Do you guys see that? Do you guys see this? What is that? That might have just came off of my thing. Don't worry about it. Nothing to see here. I bet it came off of here. Yeah, because look, I have other chips stuck to this thing. Let me get this out of the way. Because I was like, that wasn't there a second ago, was it? It had to have shown up whenever I set this down. I'm sure someone can tell me for sure. So I'm going to pull this out of the way. I don't think that just fell off there. There was a blue next to the cap. So I don't see anything else. So I'm just going to put that over like that, and then I'm just going to get another one that I have pre-set up, wherever they at. So here's another one of these little things. I just cut it in a little shape like this, and I can scoop it over the edge like that. There we go. Nice. So we'll just get that as pretty as we can. And then we just need to be a little more careful with the way we're blowing our air. I'll probably blow my air this way, like that. Still pretty hard. It's a tight area for sure. Do that. Okay, we're good. The reflections are going to be very strong with this one. Okay, whew. That was a lot of work already. Send the bonus capacitors to Soren. You know what I should send Soren? Is a pack of fuses. Do you think he would say something to me if I mailed him a bunch of backlight fuses? So I'm going to try to preheat the board over here, higher up, and then I'm going to come in at the last second and pull this chip off. So let's keep checking it. There we go, we got it off. And it is off. So what chip is this? This is a 5335D, whatever that is. 5335 Delta. 5335 Delta. Or it's an A16A, I don't know. Whatever works. So we'll set that aside. And we'll check to see, did we melt anything? It looks good to me. Looking good, Billy Ray. Feeling good, Lewis. All right, so is the short going to be gone now? Is the short gone? What do you think? What do you think? So we're going to check our, where is it at? This one. This is the one that was 0. A16, that's what you think it is? The short is still there. It's a 12 ohm short now. Send them a pack of properly calibrated wires at various lengths. That'd be funny, just to like cut them all and just have like little packs and then even label them and have it where it's like properly calibrated for this, properly calibrated for that. Resistor wire, MOSFET wire, backlight fuse wire, but have them all different lengths. That'd be funny. Okay, so now it's time to inject 10 volts. Now we're at 10 ohms. I'm just going to make sure this is cooled off enough. But we're at 10 ohms now. 12 ohms. This one's fine now. We're getting to the point where we can't inject any more voltage because nothing's going to happen. So I think we can put, I'm trying to think, put these other chips back on. Wait, different resistances are short? Every short is a different resistance, yes. We're just talking about like, what is this resistance supposed to be per power rail, right? So if this is short at 12 ohms, it's still finding a path to ground at 12 ohms as a reference. So I'm using the word short, meaning it's going through something to get to ground, and that resistance is only 12 ohms. So let's figure out if it's over here, if it's a little bit lower. We need to find something that's lower than that. So this side, oh, I still have 12 ohms here. So 12 ohms in that. So what is that? Is it this resistor or something? This resistor connects to this pad right here and comes to this trace and goes through there, goes through that via right there. You see it? So this side is 12 ohms, goes to this pad, which this chip's not on here anymore, and then goes here. So it goes to the other side of the board. See if we can find that. So it goes over here somewhere. And let's measure over here, see if we can find 12 ohms. Is that fan connector shorted? Is that a fan connector issue? I will check the fan connector momentarily. What, do we have a board view for this? It might be easier if we had a board view. Okay, let's see. What board is it? Okay, so it's a 2330912. Let me see if we have that. Oh, let's check it out. In general, I don't really have very many Inspiron board views, so I will search for that. And then otherwise, we'll have to go find it. 233092. Do not have it. All right, let me check one of my repositories. My secret repository. And no hits on that. So I don't have that there, 233092. Now, I don't know if these other numbers actually matter when it comes to this, but I'll look for N16 plus maybe, I don't know. Nope, nothing comes up. So we'll let Lead Farmer or one of those guys see if they can track something down, and I will continue on. Because we have to try to trace this stuff out. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm just going to keep using my continuity mode, and I'm just going to probe right here, and then I'm going to come over and probe right here. I want to see if this is 0. It is 0. So this is outputting to that area. So let's go ahead and inject voltage here again. And bad caps is no more. I mean, it is more. It still exists, but it's just you can't go there and get anything. You have to pay for a subscription. And so now no one's even posting to it anymore. So it's really just, it's dead. Nothing more. So 1 volt. And 1 volt really pulls no current at all, but we might still see something get warm somewhere. So I'm going to hold it down. I can go up to 1.2 volts. I don't really know what that power rail goes to, so I don't want to go much higher than that until I figure out that it's not like a RAM power supply or something like that. I don't think it is because it's powering other chips, but all right, so I got 1.2 volts in there. It's as high as I'm going. CPU is not warming up, but we do not want to blow out the RAM on the board, so we're not going above 1.2. I don't see anything under my probe itself. Like we said, a lot of these reflections drive me bonkers, but it's because my light's so hot. Yep, you're right. There's something there. So let me get my finger over there. Okay, so there's this chip here. There's another one over there. So this is powering all these other chips, it looks like. So it powers, it goes to this one, it goes to this one. These are both, looks like about the same chip. So do you think one of those are partially shorted? Remember, this one used to have 10 ohms on it, so we could go with that. And this one we were measuring 25 or something, right? 200, no, 20. So this one's measuring 20. Now this one could go to the RAM for all I know. Polaris 1876, yeah, board number, was it 23342? Is that right? 92. Light Farmer, it's a 9.2-1. So I'm going to pull another chip, if you don't mind. We're going to have to kind of remember where all these chips go, though. So at this point, we're starting to get to chips where they kind of look all similar. The other ones were all separate sizes, so I can't really... Compatible-ish. Oh, okay, you found one's the 7640 compatible-ish. Okay. We can try that. Let me try that number then. I don't have that one either. Did you say you had it? Nope, I don't have it. So Winstron. So you said all three of those are good? So 223674. Okay, let me try that. 674. Okay. Let me check the website here. 223674. Nope. Razar just gifted 5 subs. I did not see that coming. Out of nowhere. Thank you. It looks like Cheffy and The One Who Waits and G.I. Joe and Alien. Ooh, Alien Whooshy and JB. All got commercial free viewing on Twitch for the next 30 days. Thank you so much for that, Razar. And it supports me and what I'm doing here. So N16 Plus versus 2-in-1. So those should be very similar. Winstron is the maker. They're the ODM. I'm not finding anything anywhere. So did you send me something? Let me see if you have sent me something. Bum. Don't see anything. Okay. Let me pull these chips off. That's where I'm going to start with next. If you do find one, Led, can you send it over? I don't know. I don't see one anywhere. I checked the website I check usually. All right, this one gets warm, but it has an actual lower resistance, so I'm going to pull that one off and see if that resolves it, okay? We're just going to keep track of stuff here. So this is a AU something, or A0, I can't read it, A01J. So that one's off. So I'm going to put this one in, let's see, make sure these, yeah, see this is starting to get kind of dangerous. See all the chips are starting to pile up. So I have to come up with some sort of order of operation now. So I'm going to lay them out in where they are located on the board. So this one's, I believe, right here. This one's over here on the board. These two are next to this. And then this one is actually in front of that. It's over here. Okay, so I'm kind of laying it out how I took them off the board, if that makes sense. It's crazy, because I'm crazy Nate, because I don't know what I'm doing. Now, I wish I did know what I was doing on this. Short is still there, 22 ohms, still there. We took this one off. This one has 14 ohms on this one now. Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to take this one off now too. The one on top, should I do this one now? Inject again? I'm not happy. The board's warm, so I have to wait for it to cool off. Let me take this one off too. I'm just going to put it right. So this one goes over here. So this one I'm going to put right here. And we got a hype train started on Twitch, by the way, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. 12 followers needed to hit our goal. So if you haven't subscribed to our Twitch or followed on our Twitch, you can head over there, and I think it's 12 more so I can hit 2,900 followers on Twitch. And then while you're over there, you can actually use your your Amazon account to actually subscribe for free. It doesn't cost you anything, but it supports me and what I'm doing over there on Twitch. So if you haven't done that yet, pop over. Right now we're in a hype train. All right, I'm going to pull this chip off, and we'll just set it right there and see what happens. Thermal camera on the other side of the board? Yeah, we should. Let me pull off all these chips because I just need to resolve this. It's like a passion of mine here. Thanks for the cheer. Thanks for the cheer. Who was that? Pound and Ground. Oh, Pound and Ground. You're my boy, Pound and Ground. So this is an RW equals. And so that's going to go right here. You kind of see how I'm laying this out? So this one now I put right here. Because it's this one. So we have this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. This one goes here. It's a lot of work, guys. A lot of work. Okay, so short gone now? Wick the pads. The short is gone. The short is not gone. Now we have 9 ohms, but it's still hot. Still hot. We just hit level 2 complete, so we're on level 3 hype train on Twitch. So that just means that you guys are going crazy. Twitch seems to be 30 seconds before YouTube. What? I think you mean to refresh your YouTube, because YouTube's usually a couple seconds before Twitch. So that would be kind of strange if it's the other way around. You lay out until I accidentally blow the chips away. Don't you say that. Okay, we need to figure out what other chips are tied to this. What else? What else is there? There's nothing else. There's another chip on that side of the board. We are close. We're getting close. I'm going to cool this off a little bit more. Here, I'm going to put it in my vent here instead. Let's do that. Rapid cleaning. A leaky cap near it, last chip. Okay. So a leaky cap would do it for sure. What's under the foil? Do we have foil? Where's the foil? Oh, right here. Sorry. That's the back of the CPU. They always have like a bunch of capacitors under there. So the back of the CPU does not seem like an issue. I guess the foil is covering up the shorted caps. Yeah, that fixed it. Okay, cool. Just refresh. So if you're ever behind on YouTube, I usually just kind of hit live. There's a live button, or you can just hit refresh, and that will bring you right back up to speed. Level 3 hype train ends in 3 minutes on Twitch. We only need 9 more followers to hit our goal on Twitch. Johnny V, check for a short on the fan. Okay, well, you're right. I need to do that. Okay, this is pretty cooled off now. Ooh, it feels rapid cool. Super cool. Section cool. Section cool. All right, let's check for short on the fan. Oh, the motherboard is nice and cool now. So the fan is located where? Fan connector is right there. It's all melty, but we're just going to check here just to rule it out. So 198 ohms on the outside, 0 or open line there, and ground. So I'm assuming this is positive, this is ground, and these are going to be the tachometer and the PWM signal, those two. So this should be our voltage. Do you think that it should be 200 ohms on a 12 volt line or a 5 volt line? I don't think so. So let's see if any of these inductors are still having issues. So this one's at 100 ohms. This one's still at 22. Now this one could be supposed to be 22, right? If it is tied to the RAM, it could be 22. Wait, is that looks like, that's interesting. Am I crazy, or that looks like VRAM? It looks like they're using VRAM as the RAM. Is that right? Is that normal? Now I could inject voltage in here if we wanted to, and then we could see these chips heat up, and then we know that that's fine, because 22 ohms is probably fine for Micron RAM, I think, or Micron memory. But have they ever done that before? No, it's not Micron. It's not. RAM. Chopper just gifted 5 subs. Tazzy, Chopper, you are crazy. Thank you for that. Looks like Mr. C Tools and Don and Dog and Firmware and OTT. Yeah, you know me. It does look like VRAM. Well, they all have commercial-free viewing for the next 30 days on Twitch. Thank you so much for that. All right, so no short there. Now that we have the board nice and cooled off, I'm going to inject some voltage again, and we will do, we'll start out, we'll do this area where we think that it's the VRAM, or not the VRAM, the RAM. So 1.2 volts, we should be okay with 1.2 volts on this, right? Or what, I'm going to go down to a volt. I don't want to blow anything out. So we're going to go down to a volt. It's not pulling any current when I do that. Don't see anything going on. Rest in peace, Micron. No! Oh, Micron, because they're not selling this stuff to people anymore. Well, hold on. Riddle me this. Did we resolve this then? It's still too low. How are we supposed to find this, people? How are we supposed to find this 100 ohms on here? How is it possible? We have 100 ohms on this power rail, whatever it is. Yeah, it might be the RAM for the integrated graphics, but where's the regular RAM? Because there's no regular RAM slot on here, so we have to have that as being the RAM. And then usually integrated RAM, so maybe that's what makes sense, is like, because it is using an iGPU, it's like let's just use that RAM too. There's a Novaton chip right there. All right, I guess we're going to have to randomly measure stuff. I guess so. Let's go. We're going in. We're going to see if we can find some shorted something somewhere that's low enough that we can inject on, because we've already taken off all these chips here. And we have 100 ohms here still. 100 ohms there. This is the no fun part. But we want to find something lower than 100 ohms for sure. Someone give me a hint, please. You tried to follow on Twitch? I tried to give a follow on Twitch. Ken, you tried or you couldn't? Why couldn't you? I appreciate it though. We've got 5 more to hit the goal. No shorts there, okay. So we still have 100 ohms on that one. That's fine. I don't know, this is the rabbit hole. We're taking every chip off and we still have 100 ohms. We didn't check the chipset though. Is the chipset on here though? Yeah, the chipset's right there, so I can't check the capacitors on the chipset, which makes me so mad. Engaged probing. Yeah, we're doing overdrive probing today. The probathon. By the end of this, I'm going to be done probing. I don't want to probe anymore. What if we're shorting some lines on these? What do you think about that? Nope, that's fine. That's actually supposed to do that path. That looks good. That's good. What was the last one? This one? That's fine. I don't know, people. 100 ohms is wrong. It has to be in the CPU or something. There's 100 ohms again. That's on the output of this, right? Yeah, they're tied together. Did we ever find a board review on this? Twitch is running on my phone on the side, YouTube on the tablet, and Twitch is still already on the TV. Man, you're killing it. Did you try the check the melted connector? I did. Maybe you should start pulling. What do you want me to pull? We should start pulling, putting chips back on in the order they came off, in the order which you received them. Okay, that's a good idea. So this one had the lowest resistance. I mean, this is the one that's still, because it's 100 is the problem, but I wouldn't mind. We can't plug in the power again until we get a power management chip put back on, and put these guys back on, and put, we could probably, I don't know, I gotta think about this. Pull the CPU. I mean, this would be a pretty easy CPU to take off just because the board's so freaking thin. It doesn't take any heat at all. You know? Let me check back here too. Here's 200 ohms on this. 200 ohms is not sound regulation. What is that? What kind of chip is that? The audio chip? You think an audio chip should be 200 ohms? That's a lot of wattage. Well, I mean, the thing is that I will go up with voltage. So let me just say it like this. If we know that this is a 3.3, and we know that it's not tied to the CPU right now, or shorted to the CPU, or not shorted to the RAM, we can go up to voltage 3.3. But I don't know what this power rail is without having some sort of board view or schematic, right? So let me see if I can find a board real quick. 76, oh, let me go grab a test machine. I have a test machine probably for this. What model is it, 7640? Let me go see if I have a test machine. I'll be right back. Go check the warehouse. I need a flashlight though. It's dark out there. All right. I'm not going to take you guys out there. I'm just going to go out there with a flashlight instead. 7640, right? Because then we can figure out if it's a 3.3 volt power rail, and then we can actually figure out what the resistances are supposed to be, and then we can figure out all sorts of stuff. Oh my gosh, we had a huge shipment come in, and we can barely walk through here right now because we're having to sort the entire truck. 7640, 7640, 7620, 7630. Wait, 75, 7610, 20, 30, 76, 7640, 2-in-1. So hopefully that board's close enough. All right, hopefully you heard me. I'm coming back. All right, it's getting late, isn't it, anyway? This is when we start winding down. Okay, I'm back. Did y'all hear me all the way out there? Sweet, got a new follow on there. All right, so I went out to the warehouse. We do have a 7640 2-in-1 test machine. So we at least have something that functions. So here's a machine. It's kind of in pieces because that's how we do it. When we're testing stuff, we basically just buy one of every single machine. It's a two-prong effect. When we buy a machine, we're able to part it out, take pictures of every single part, and list it on our site because it's not like someone gives us pictures. We have to actually, A, identify all the parts that are cross-compatible with everything else. B, we have to be able to do our own product photography and descriptions. And then C, we're able to test every part that we buy to make sure that everything works. So let's see how much, if this is the same thing or not. What's going on? Something just unplugged itself. I don't know if you heard that. Okay, so what's going on here? I think I must be bumping something here. Okay, we have the same board. It looks like the same board at least. Yeah, it's the same setup. Yeah, I don't know why a USB is disconnecting. Did this get stuttery too? I don't know what it was. You heard the USB. disconnect, reconnect, disconnect, reconnect. So I'm going to unplug. Actually, I just want to measure the voltage on which power rail we're trying to figure out. So this is the power rail I'm looking at, which is this one. So let's measure the voltage on this one when we plug it in. The voltmeter is working. We're just going to plug in the power. Low volume? Did my volume get low? Oh, funny. This doesn't have... It doesn't have a barrel jack. Crazy. Crazy. So they just didn't populate that portion of the board to have a barrel jack on it. So it only takes USB-C. And this one has 2 USB-C ports on it. And this one only had 1 with that PD controller. This one has 2. Does it have a different PD controller? Yeah, and it has the BGA package of the PD controller that takes 2. This one's a QFN. That's interesting. So it's a little bit different, but at least should be the same. Volume is fine. Okay, good. Board number on this one. I'll have to take the board out to get it. I can give you the part number. The part number of the board, but I would have to pull the board in order to get the part number, or the board part number. So this is a 506 Whiskey Foxtrot. 506 Whiskey Foxtrot. So maybe someone has it listed out there using the board part number also. All right, I'm going to plug it in with the USB and then see what voltages we're getting on there. And if we are getting a voltage that's higher than 1.2, then we're going to inject something higher. We just don't want to go high if we can't blow out something, you know what I mean? Okay. Probathon Go. Find it on eBay. Foxtrot. Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. All right, voltage. It's a 5-volt rail. Okay, so the 5-volt rail tying to all those chips is at 100 ohms. Woo, that's a spicy rail. And I'm assuming this is the 3.3. Is it on? 3.3. So this is the 3.3, this is the 5 volt, and I bet this is the 1.2 for the RAM. How much you want to bet? It's got the reset. It doesn't have a battery attached, so it doesn't really want to come on or start. 0.4. It's the 0.4 volt rail. How do you blast it with 5 volts? We're going to use a power supply, of course. Here, let me plug in the battery. The battery will allow it to actually start. This thing needs a battery. Okay, battery's plugged in. Now it should start up for reals. So we should get 1.2 volts here is my guess. Let's see. Come on. It should start up. Oh, it doesn't want to start. Why don't you want to start, buddy? It keeps resetting. It keeps going to 20 volts and then shutting off, 20 volts, shutting off. What are you doing? You guys can't see it because I don't have it plugged into our meter. I have it plugged into my other power meter here. Okay, well, I don't know. I'm assuming that that's 1.2 volts, but I'm not worried about it right this second. We're just worried about injecting into that 5 volts. Okay. Polaris N16 2-in-1. That might be right. That's a Polaris, man. Okay, so it's conclusive that we can inject 5 volts into this, and we hit our goal of 2,900 followers on Twitch. Thank you so much, everyone. So I'm not going to 5 volts, but we're just can go up higher. So let's go. Strong like bull. How high do you want to go? I don't know. We'll go 2 volts. Did you steal the parts out of it? I'm not stealing no parts, but that'd be funny. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and steal the parts out of this good board. No, it's more like borrow the parts. Oh my, oh man, hold on. Oh, my thermal camera just shut off. It like didn't overheat. It ran out of batteries because I unplugged it while we were using it. It just ran out of batteries, so I got to reboot it real quick. Oh, how do you do the Prime thing? So if you have Amazon Prime, so you pay Amazon, then you just go on Twitch and you log in with your Amazon account. Then you can just use your Prime account to subscribe to a subscriber or to one channel a month. So that's how you do it. So when you're on there, I think you would just have to attach your Amazon account to it. Is kind of the gist. What time is it? 9:30. Okay. 5 volt, which is 100 ohms. So that's what our issue is on our 5 volt rail. Now this 5 volt rail is going to be tied to all these chips on the board. It's going to be probably the VDD that powers those chips. I'm assuming. I guess that's what's going on because they all heated up. They all turned on. But something is going to have a little bit more of a short because that's pulling it to that 100 ohms. So let's see if we can get this turned on here. We will see if I can get this going proper nice. What did you say? I should see. Nate needs to hydrate. I do. I'm starting to get to that point where I'm like, you could tell right at the end of the night, I start looking at my streams. At the starting, I'm just like, da, 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 da. And by the end, I'm like starting to slow down. And I haven't drinking any water. I've only been drinking my coffee and my beet juice. So let's see. Will, welcome. You made it. We've been waiting for you all night there, Will. I'm glad you made it. We're working on this board. Can't figure it out. We need your help. We keep removing all these chips, but we do have a power rail that's a 5 volt power rail that's shorted to 100 ohms. So I'm about to inject, we're going to inject 2 volts into this 5 volt rail, which is way more than I ever wanted to do in my whole life, but we're going in. Have an early morning. All right, well, good to see you. Thanks for coming by. All right, so we're going to inject right here. It's not really pulling any current, but we do see some heat over there. Is that heat? Anywhere do you see it? Trying to see, is it right there on the edge? I'm trying to move it out of my reflective of my light. Turning it on, turning it off. Okay, right here. Right there on that edge. Off. On. So right over here somewhere. Right over here somewhere. Let's see if I can see it again. You really can't see it with all this reflection. Right there. Trying to hold it in a position where I can get my hand here. Okay, it's this chip. Right here. It's a backlight circuit. It's this guy right here on the backlight circuit, I think. I'm assuming it's the backlight, or the LCD circuit, the 2.8 error code probably. Let's pull that guy off. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. He's just getting a little bit warm. We don't even know if he's the right one, but 100 ohms is pretty low. Pretty low. Maybe check the other side. It was kind of diffuse, wasn't it? Yeah, let's look on the other side real quick. See if there is anything else. There's a polyfuse. But there's nothing else. I mean, it's little... Those are diodes or transistors? Diodes. So I think it's this guy. Because I bet he has a ground on him. I'm going to pull him off. We're going to put him in orientation there. Okay. Did we reduce our short? Or our 100 ohms? If we were on resistance, it would be better. Boom! Yes! We did it! We conquered it! Woo! Dude, okay. I'm feeling good. All right, so that was a pain in the butt. We haven't done any, we haven't even put this thing back together, but this is how many chips we've taken off, okay? So we have removed, looks like 3 here, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so 8 different components. And I put them in the exact orientation of where they are on the board. So we have these 3 components here actually go in this area. We have this component that goes here. We have this one that goes here, this one that goes here, this one that goes here, and then this one goes right here, okay? So systematically, I think we should put all these back on, these 3 for sure. I think we should put these back on for sure. I don't know about this one because it's a PD controller and it was getting really spicy. It was getting almost 100 degrees C. So that one probably could be bad. And I bet this one got bad from someone messing with the screen. I bet they originally were changing out a screen or did something and messed it up. So that's a lot of work for a $100 board. Are you kidding me? The board's $100? Are you kidding me? I didn't even check. Are you kidding me? Why did he bring it to me then? I didn't even like pay attention whenever it came in. You freaking kidding me? It's for science though, Premise. It's for science. Let me see if I can scan this thing here. Huh. I think you're messing with me. You have to be. I'll accept that. What is going on? I don't see it, actually. Huh. So I scanned, I don't have the part number in stock on my site, and so this is the part number right here when I scanned it. So that would be the country of origin. This is the actual part numbers, the next 5 digits. And so that does not come up with anything. So I don't... a lot of these 7640s are more expensive than that. They're usually $200 or $300 at least. And so because it's local, it's only going to be a $200 repair anyway. So it was going to be cheaper for us to fix it usually. But if it was a $100 board, that would be crazy. That'd be crazy. But for science, we did it for science. So let's just get over it. Let's move on. We've already done the science work. So I'm going to systematically put these chips back on. You guys concur with that? Those 3, those 2, and then we'll measure. And then we'll figure out if it's an HP board. No, it's not an HP board. Get a $200 purchase price. All right, so we're going to start with these chips. And then we'll go to town on that, the rest of the stuff. So I think even this one would be okay too, right? The RAM one. So we'll do those 4, because that's crazy if it was just an LCD thing. All right, let's get this stuff put back on. Climb back out of that rabbit hole. I mean, with the amount of chips we took off, I'd be amazed if it actually works at the end of this, but you know, it's especially if someone else has been soldering. So does that even fit there? Is that the right one? Wait a minute. Oh no, did I get them mixed up already? This one goes here. Oh, shoot. Okay. We already have a problem because I have the chips in the wrong orientation. Rewind. Okay, so hold on. Help, help, help. Okay. So this one actually goes over here in this area. So does that mean that, I'm pretty sure this one should be right. So I think I maybe just switched those two because I took this one off last, right? I mean, I took this one off last, but I took this one off second to last. So I think we need to switch these two. I'm pretty sure that's what we're going to do. Those two switch like that. Okay. Are we correct now? I got my donor board I can look at. I don't even know if these chips are the same, so let me just look at what this is. This is a... This is an RV equals. And the other one, which is the 3 volt, is an RW equals. So RV equals is probably 5 volt, and RW equals is probably a 3 volt. Right? It's going to be hard for me to check the footage, so it'd be easier for you guys to figure that out. So RV equals, I'm assuming, is that one. Here, I'll check my donor board actually. Yeah, let's just do that. That'd be a lot quicker. D equals 5. Okay. We have someone saying V equals 5. That's actually a good, just direct answer. Sharpies. Sharpies for the win. All right. My test machine says RV is my 3.3, RW is my 5. So V is 5, W is 3. Okay. V is 5. And let's see if that's how I had it. V is 5. Okay, cool. All right, I did have it right. I just had them switched over in the orientation. All right, let's get back to work here. How much time we got? 20 minutes. Rabbit hole equals equals chaos. So this one's going to go here. Sucks is I can't even see pin 1. There's pin 1. Oh, right there. Spin it. So it's going to go in this orientation like that. Okay. Put the ones you're sure on. Yeah, I think I got them all figured out now. Can't believe it was the LCD power chip. That's crazy. LCD power. V equals 5. It's a Roman numeral 5. You're right. And it was W. So W would be 3.3, but V equals 5 is very easy to remember because of the Roman numerals. I like that. You're a genius for noticing that. Okay, that one's on. All right, W going on. This way. Hot glue them next time. Oh, I should just like hot glue them to the top of their chips, huh? Their inductors. That would actually be easy if I can mount them up next to their actual outputs each time. That would have been smart. Or tape them or something, Kapton tape them. I might do that actually next time. Just put a piece of Kapton tape and put them on top. Like those big balls. I got some big balls coming out of that. Plenty of time. We got it. We got this. All right. I want to know. Can you put a vote up? I want to know if you think that this thing's going to work at the end of this. Because I have no clue. Literally have no idea. I don't even know what percentage I would put on this. You know? This is definitely pretty crazy. The amount of stuff we pulled off of here. The amount of chips that were burning hot too. And we still don't know if that PD controller is any good, but we can run it without the PD controller, I would think, because it has that barrel jack. Poll, will it work? So we do have a poll up there. Y'all can vote while I'm doing this. It will just take a few more minutes to get these chips on here. And then I want to know what you think. All right, so we got those two on. I'm going to come over here to this guy. Where'd he go? Oh yeah, this guy. Oh, this was the hard one, right? We have to kind of get our orientation where we can protect our stuff. So we'll put this guard back on here. Where's my other guard at? Shields up. And which way does it go? Pin 1 is right there. It's going to go like that. I think the PD controller is a no. We need 108 votes. We got 127 people on Twitch. And so can we get 108 votes on Twitch? We got 800 people on YouTube. We got 15 votes on Twitch. We're getting there. Okay, it's a little crooked. We'll straighten it out now. There we go. And looks like we have a lot of solder right there. I don't know if that's all one pad or not, but we're going to clean that up. Can't tell if it's one pad or not. I have no idea. No clue. Nope, it wasn't one pad. So I'm glad I cleaned that up. Okay. I'm on both streams. You're double streaming. You're crossing the streams. Alright, so that connector was already melted, and I successfully did not melt it more. It didn't give it any more character than it already had. You should think to measure the rail for shorts on every chip. Okay, you should. You're smart about that. Okay, so I put 3 chips on there. Let's stop and measure. Sunny's a little too smart for my britches here. Okay. Oh! Oh! Boo! Boo! No! If it was only that easy. Alright, this is 1K. This is in the kilo ohms, and this was at 0. So I'll take this one back off. So this W is a, oh no, V for 5 is no good, but I'm going to reflow just in case we have some sort of jankiness underneath it. But that's a boo. Boo. Seriously? Let me just reflow, and then if not, then we can grab a chip from a different board. I'm sure we can find one. But it could just be a little off, you know? So we'll just do our tapper, old Tappy McGee. Okay. What happened? I think the chip's bad. if anything, because we had stuff that was shorted in that area, and so it was trying to feed a bunch of other chips that were shorted or had some issues, so it could have blown itself out. So we're just gonna double check this. What's going on here? But it could just be my bad soldering job, my shoddy soldering job. Okay, let's check it again. What is that stuff on there? Yeah, that chip's blowed. That chip is blowed. So I'm going to take him off. So we need an RV equals. Bad chip, bad. RV equals. I kind of bumped this stuff earlier. Let me move this over. Come on, there we go. Okay. Let's double check. Oh, it's not the chip. We should have measured as we went, people. Like he said, Sonny said to measure as we went, and I didn't measure as we went, and then we stopped, and then now, so anyway, we have a short back here again. Where is it coming from? Is it coming from one of these chips we just bought? It's not that chip, so I'm going to put this in my orientation where it goes. Twitch says 67 says yes, and 80% says yes for Twitch. All right, so 6-7, 6-7. That's actually pretty good for yeses because I thought it was going to be less than that for myself. I'm going to take this guy back off of here because I have no idea. I like to work backwards before I can go forward, okay? All right, now we'll check for short again. Still shorted. Now we'll go back to our last chip over here. I really like this chip. This is my favorite chip to be working on. Pin 1, do we have pin 1 right? Pin 1 is correct. I'm about to freak out, people. 2 ohms again. We cleared it. Didn't we have the short gone? Or am I just crazy? So, I don't know. Let me take this back off again. You know how much I like working in these very confined spaces. Having to protect all these things. Oh, I love my job so much I like doing it twice. Everyone's about to leave because I have to do it twice. Should I reflow this first or should I just take it off? I feel like I'm going to take it off. It doesn't need to be reflown. Okay. Is it shorted? It's not shorted anymore. Okay. Okay. So let's regroup. I'm going to take a break for a second. I only have a few minutes left anyway. Okay, but I am interested to see this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to claim that our far one off to the side here. So here, I just want to say what I just did, right? So we put this on, we put this one on, then we put this one on. Then Sonny, who likes to speak in all caps. Well, I don't want to pull chips off of my, it's not really a donor board, my test machine. I don't want to pull chips off my test machine, but I will pull it, I will find another chip somewhere else. But Sonny pointed out that I should measure as I go, and then we measured and we found a short over here. Then I went back and took them all off, and it ended up being this last one. So I think I could put these back on, measure, put this on, measure, not put that one on. I should be able to put this one on. That's what I'm thinking. Uh, so, but I don't want to ruin a good working board. So I don't generally steal parts from a working board unless I really am desperate for something. And I usually will like order the chip that I need and just steal it off my test board temporarily while it's in the mail or whatever. But we're almost to the end of the night. I've been at work 15 hours. I'm starting to crash. I can feel it. So I'm going to put this V on here, the flying V. Where's the like button on Twitch? The like button on Twitch is the subscribe button or the follow button. There's no like button on Twitch. But it's the share it with your friends button, basically. Oh, come on. Come on, baby. Get hot enough. Come on. Okay, I need some flux. This thing got so dry. I don't want to leave the chip under the heat for too long or it will blow itself out. So we're trying to get the flux to run a little bit. I'm just going to tack it down in there. Get it back up. Move it away. Look at that. Coil's getting so hot. Why is that not sticking anymore? Alright, I'm going to have to add some more solder to that for some reason. I don't see how that's so dry. Doesn't make sense to me. Oh. It's trying to cook that. I'm going to try to blow away from that coil. I don't want to cook that coil anymore. It's dehydrated. Pick up some of this. I don't need that much on there. Okay. Gosh, I got too much still. Get off of there. So that's why I don't like adding solder to the board, is because you end up getting too much. If you have too much, then you're having to deal with that. Okay. Whew. We're going to need a brand new coil after this, huh? That coil looks cooked. I'm going to stay over here. Alright. Got some pins that are shorted together, it looks like. Just the way I like it. Just the way I like it. Good for smoking some s'mores. Is that really what you said? What's going on here? Are those heads supposed to be together? Why are those not moving? I don't get it. I don't know why these pins are together. I can't tell. Are those pads supposed to be together? I think it's all one pad, isn't it? I think it is. Kind of looks like one big trace, this whole thing. So I shouldn't cook over here anymore. I think we're good. Barbecuing done in that area. Ooh, spicy. They're dating. Okay, moving on. Oh, we're supposed to check though. Check for shorts. Four ohm short. Okay, so that chip's shorted too, do you think? Do you think we have a bunch of chips that are shorted? Oh, okay, I'm done. I'm done. They're all bad. Okay, so that's what we're doing. We're going to say they're all bad. All right, let's wrap this up. Okay, so to conclude, I need to get an RV equals and an RW equals chips. So we're going to replace both of those with new chips. I'm going to get whatever that other chip is because I think that one's bad too. And because every time we put one on, it's shorted. So multiple bad chips, and then we'll probably have to put a new PD controller on there. All for this one chip over here next to the LCD screen. Now I'm wondering if this board went bad after a LCD screen got changed out. That's kind of what it seems like, right? Because if we have that one component that actually powers the LCD circuitry that ended up causing us this, those silly little rabbits. So I'm going to call this one a continuation. I'll have to deal with it later. But I'm not worried about it right this second because it's getting late, and so it's time for the time for this part of the show where we turn into just chatting for about 10 minutes or so before I wrap it up and go home. And I'll work on this one tomorrow. You guys are crazy. Tape the chips where they go. That's a good point. That is very smart. So I'm going to actually do that while I'm thinking about it. So I already have one soldered on there, which is wrong, or it's bad. But we'll go through and just tape the rest of them in place. So we'll just take some of this Kapton that's worth $1 million, and we'll tape that one there. $1 million. I should use some hot glue. The problem with hot glue is it gets so messy when it gets warm, you know? So I'm just going to tape them to the top of these inductors. Hot glue will make a short. Oh, I was going to tell you. So that hot glue laptop came back for warranty. And wait a minute, where's this go? I think this one is this one right here. So that hot glue laptop, the guy sold it on eBay, and he was about to ship it out, and he went to turn it on. It wouldn't turn on anymore. And so then he sent it back for warranty, and I got it. And it turned right on. I didn't do anything. I just plugged it in. It turned right on. It's sitting over there. He's just like, go ahead and keep testing it. And it works every single time. So I don't know. So I did fix it. I just don't know why it wasn't working for him. Gritty, thanks for the cheer, buddy. Thanks for the cheer. All right, so I have all these chips in place so I don't lose them. This goes right here. There we go. Perfect. You guys are so smart. Okay, he has a bad charger. Well, he sent his charger and it works just fine. I plugged in his charger too. It's a brand new Dell OEM 330 watt charger. It works fine. I don't know. I'm kind of perplexed by it. Even a CMOS reset, he like pulled the thing apart and did a CMOS reset, unplugged all the power, held down the power button, did the phantom discharge. He did everything. What is this USB fiasco? I keep hearing this USB stuff. I'm just going to set that there. Okay. Okay. He uses a fake charger. Fake. So, you guys want to ask something? What do you got? What you got? He tripped the breaker. Shaken while shipped, reflowed the chips or the BGA. I don't know, because that's why I basically have it over on the shelf or on the test bench. And so what I do is I come by and I kind of bang it around on the desk and then twist it around and then open the lid and it just turns right on. And plugging it in, it works fine. Thermal camera disconnected. Oh, is it disconnected? Yeah. Tazzy coming in with some 40. Thank you. Thank you for that. He was using a switch controlled outlet. We need a rabbit hole shirt. We do have a Down the Rabbit Hole shirt. I have one. Have you not seen it? Down the Repair Rabbit Hole is what the shirt is. I actually have a new design that my friend here that works here designed for me. Doc is looking forward to using the computer he bought for that I bought for him from you. Awesome. Oh, because you got a Precision, right? Didn't you? Or a Latitude or something, right? I appreciate that. That's awesome. Let's see. Are you replacing the GPU chipset? Can you do replacing the GPU? I don't replace GPUs. I don't even like replacing chipsets. But chipsets are as far as I usually go, and I've tried changing out CPUs. It's just every single time I've done that, it hasn't worked properly. Okay, RV and RW are backwards. V is 3.3 and RW is 5 volts. Check the timestamp. Really? But didn't we discover that this was 3.3 and this was 5 volts and this was 3.3. And then I checked my board. I got the Parts People 20% off Bitcoin malware codes. Oh, yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, no, I got, my Discord got hacked for a couple minutes and they sent out like all these Bitcoin crypto scams for a few minutes, and then old Sinan gave me a call on the phone and said, hey, your Discord got hacked, and I was able to change the password. I don't understand what happened. I still don't understand. And but Discord's pretty good at locking it out pretty quick. See right here, 5 volts is V, and then this one's W. See the two? So I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me. Yes, she read them backwards. Check the board. So I don't know. Is that crazy what I'm just seeing right here on this board? Yellow key bitlocker.exe. Yep. So I have my yellow key all set up, guys. Whoever wants to borrow my yellow key, I can send it over to you. If you want to use this, you can try to get your BitLocker keys, and you can also lose your Discord account if you want. Just plug it in. Okay, so it says W is a 5 volt and V is a 3.3. So why is this one the other way around? Am I not measuring this the right direction then? You're tripping me out, guys. Tripping me out. Okay, so I'm going to measure, this is the V. I'm going to plug it in. We don't have any measurements here. Plugged in. Come on. 5 volts. 3.3. So this one definitely says V on it, and it says 5 volts when I measure it. I'm so confused. Maybe it doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm telling you. It says it right here. So I measured this. This is 5 volts. And it says RV right there. And then this one I'm measuring 3.3 and it says RW. Oh, okay. Well, it's a mystery, people. It's a mystery. All right, there's more than just your Discord. I had to, I lose my credibility. Yeah, it was pretty embarrassing. I went through and deleted all the messages immediately when it happened. And it's dawn in the UK, nearly up. Arthur, did you wake up in the morning to watch this? I think I'm reading it backwards. Put the positions are right now. Hold on. You're reading them backwards. Don't read them backwards. So the board, our board's like this, right? So that's the 5 volt, that's the 3.3. And then that's how I was setting it down on here. So I have them in the right spot. Your CPU voltage bypass injection for the M17R5, if I use a bench power supply, how many amps should I set it to? Almost nothing. So that bypass basically makes it where it's a direct wire. So you don't need anything, like a half a volt at most. It doesn't matter about amps. Just do half a volt and it will pull whatever it wants. So how are you feeling about after that beet juice? I don't know. I like that beet juice, actually. I wish it was a little more beet juicy. I really like the beet juice flavor, and I don't think it had enough beet juice in it. I think it was too diluted with all the other stuff. Is it going to be bourbon time when I get home? Yeah, I'm almost out of bourbon, though. I'm almost done with my Old Forester that one of you guys sent in to me. And then I have a little bit left of this Evan Williams that someone gave to me. So, getting low. This is my first live stream. Your past streams have been keeping me sane while I recover from COVID. Well, welcome. I'm glad you made it live. And I hope you recover well. I have not had COVID in years. I'm lucky that I haven't had to be sick. But I hope you recover fine. I'm glad that you made it. Well, this is fun. First thing, catching your first live also. Oh, another first timer. All right. So this is good. So I'm glad that you guys made it to these things. I mean, I do them twice a week, and that's my whole goal, is to kind of have more and more people kind of show up and hang out and do this whole thing. Let's play with the PD programmer on Sunday. Okay, the Cypress programmer. I will try. So if anyone wants to kind of get your education on for it, this is what it is. It's called the CY8CK kit, or the Mini Prog 2, or Mini Prog 3. That's what it is, development kit. So I bought this on Mouser, and so if you guys want to kind of get your look at it, and we'll see if we can play with it more. I know that JFix actually just got some stuff from, what's that company? Darn it. Something, I can't remember the name of the company, but it has a Cypress programmer on it. Is one of the things. So I thought that was kind of cool, or a Cypress programmer little holder thing. Wait, what did you say? Sorry, I missed one of the streams here. I'm still waiting for a problem. A few weeks ago, before I was able to sit up and use a computer, I dare not to leave a $6,000 laptop here all the time. Yeah. $6,000 laptop, that is crazy that Doc spent that much on a new Precision. Okay, prune juice, a warrior's drink. Prune juice, isn't that kind of dangerous to drink on a stream? Isn't that a diuretic of some sort? I'm just going to be drinking prune juice throughout this whole stream here. Don't mind me. COVID is terrible. Yeah, COVID is terrible. Terrible. AlexSoft, yeah, that's the name of the company. So JFix had just got a bunch of AlexSoft stuff, and one of them was some sort of Cypress header. I mean, you can program the chip, or put the chips on there and program them. So thanks for science tonight, Nate. Thank you for the subs there, Razar. Appreciate it. Nate, don't you have a CH431 programmer? I do have one of those somewhere. I haven't used that in years because I bought these. This is my favorite programmer. These don't cost very much, and they work so well. It's a T48. I want to get a T56 or a T76, but the T48 is perfectly fine. Works good. I thank you for another great stream. Thank you, Premise. If you guys got to jump off, go ahead and do that. I got 3 minutes left, and then we will call it. I got to get home to the kids. Prune juice endorses my links everywhere. Yeah, but it works great with BIOS programming, but it's slow. That's the problem with the 341. It's so slow. It's like really slow. For those who have missed it, I saw another stream. How am I related to Doc? I'm an adopted. When his family was killed by a drunk driver, I was the only one out of 6 to survive by miracle. Wow. Wow, I did not know about that. That's crazy. Okay, well, I'm glad that you were there for him. Got to wear brown pants when drinking prune juice. But I don't wear pants on this stream. Don't you remember? It's Pantless Wednesday night, huh? Had Meatloaf stream. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. I know, for a while, we've had a couple streams lately where it's been just a womp womp. So I'm happy that we actually had a couple, and maybe we can get some stuff done for science. We need a video on how identifying chips for purchase. Johnny, you're right. There is a problem to do that. There's a lot of chips that are just like numbers that don't mean anything. And then there are some chips that do have some identification or markings on there that you can find. Are all-in-one Dells reliable? I don't work on all-in-ones, but for the most part, an all-in-one is literally a laptop motherboard stuffed in the back of a big giant desktop. So, and they're usually cheaper. So, but I don't know. I'm pretty sure, it seems like they would be just fine reliability. I don't know if the screen goes out or not. I never sell any of the parts for them. We have some parts at some point. I bought an M15R3 with no power. Wish me luck. All right, so I want you to do this. When you get your M15R3, the first thing I want you to do when you plug it in, I want you to measure the main power rail or the 3 volt and 5 volt power rails, measure it, and then unplug it and plug it back in. And if the power rail comes up for about 4 seconds or 5 seconds and then turns off, then you have an EC programming issue. Those things are notorious for having that issue. So, and I can tell you on how to do that. Sunday cheat code is in your box. All right, Dragon Ball, thank you. So Dragon Ball is my my go-to guy who actually, whenever I make these little cheat sheets, and a lot of times I handwrite them for doing EC programming or any of these like board view stuff, and then he makes them cleaner and sends them to me. So I appreciate that. Okay, all right, I got to go. Sorry if I didn't answer all the questions. Nate Alienware, 17R3 with a 4K stream, worth fixing the lines on the screen. Yeah, you can buy, I sell those screens. I think you can buy one of the screens for less than $100. And all in one, like the whole assembly. So just check on my site for a 17R3. But if it's a M17R3, they cost more than that. But so anyway, if I didn't answer your questions, I'm sorry, but I do have to pop out. But I appreciate everyone coming out. Thanks to the mods for keeping the chat so freaking clean. You guys are so good at what you're doing out there. They're the ones changing the title. They're the ones starting these polls and kind of keeping everything going, sending stuff on the side for me whenever I'm not paying attention, belling me. That's the thing. They got to ding, pay attention. Pay attention, Nathan. So thanks for those donations, you guys. We did hit the goal on Twitch. We got 2904 on our followers, and we did get some donated subs. I appreciate everybody who did that and donated to the stream. It does help me out a lot. We did the streams twice a week, Wednesday at 6 p.m. Central, Sunday at 9 a.m. So next stream is going to be 9 a.m. Central Time. And I appreciate everybody for coming out tonight, and thanks for watching.